Meeting is being recorded. Okay. All right. Yes. So, right. Let's get into the business, I guess, and then we can talk about everything else later. Very excited to have our speakers. We were, as I was saying before, about having speakers relevant to our industry. I know, we've got different members out doing different things now as well. So even the diversity of our work, I find extremely interesting. Another rewarding thing about this industry. Um, so some social media. I'll hand Senri on balance building biology on social media at the moment, just getting that information out in such to such a large group. I think they call it going viral. I don't think I've ever been viral, but I think, that seeing people actually going a different way and sharing our information in a way that, yeah, obviously there's a lot of comments saying, oh, this and that, but there's, so many people that information is helpful to, and giving access to what we do to so many people as well. And everyone just out doing their normal building biology, mold technician, EMF, whatever it is. Okay, let's get into the ratification of previous minutes. So the motion is to accept previous AGM dated 29th of March 2025 as true and correct. Anyone to move? Cole,
I'm
yep, second.
happy.
Yep, cool. Thank you. Yep. Okay, okay, so I've kind of done a bit of a report already talking a lot. But I will do my official president's report now. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with you all. We did change the constitution this year, last year, um, to reflect that some of the committee members will be in a position for longer than that was before we were going to be allowed to do. But here we are again, another year. So, president again. I am, as I said, I think last year, looking forward to handing it over to somebody when anybody is up for a role. But very committed to stay here also until we need to do what we need to do, and love it. It's ever changing, and it's a very exciting year either way. It's always changing, so it's definitely not boring. um but basically this year beyond conferences, so thank you to everyone for being open to our price increases. I know you all understand, and hopefully something I've had to work really hard to do personally, increase prices to see our value of what we do. Everything's increasing as well. Obviously, labs, well, they're pretty much the same, but the equipment and the aerosol tubes, everything costs a lot of money. So hopefully everyone's putting their fees up also, and that it will reflect. You'll see reflected in what we're doing. We've got the new membership works website up and running and working. Obviously, we've got some work to do with that still, just with what needs to be uploaded. We'll go through that in the members section though. Um, we did participate at the ACIDS conference this year, so I'd just like to thank Natalie Sirik, Alison Parker, um, and Alison. I'll get you to pop in here. Hello, you were at the
Hello.
conference.
Yeah,
Hello,
it's
how are
great. Yeah,
you?
very special opportunity to be in the room and hearing those amazing lectures and being able to speak to the not just doctors or other people, psychiatrists, pharmacists who are very
Yeah.
interested in our work and very sort of in awe almost like of what we do. Like it wasn't like it was that, you sort of think doctors maybe are on a pedestal, but no, they were very much welcome to hearing what we were doing and wanting to know more. And it certainly improved my confidence in speaking to doctors about what we
Oh,
do.
yeah.
It's great.
Oh, excellent. That's
Yeah.
such good feedback. Thank you. Yeah, we also had Jeanette Williams as well. There was the three there manning that the whole time. But I'm so glad you got that out of it. And I'm so glad you came. You actually came from coughs to get there to make the trip together. Because you see, as we are pretty much lone wolves in what we do, when you get amongst people like that, always when Nicole's speaking as well. So we will be focusing again this year on conferences where Nicole is speaking because the impact is amazing. And you see with doctors, even that crowd, if a doctors are wowed that way, you can imagine the people. And that's, for me, that's our perfect target market there is getting practitioners to be getting us on site. And also, I think that education to practitioners, because something that I've noticed is one of the most important things is to get the patient out of the environment. So that being like, I think if more doctors, and I think that's being a target market for us. So this year, with our price increases for membership, we will be doing more conferences, and we're hoping to do them in different states when they come up. So we are always open if there are events or conferences in your state that you would like to represent the ASPB. Please let us know. We're more than happy to make that happen, depending on what that is. But I think the ACNAM conference this year, we've applied to be there, will be major. Well, I don't even think we've been to ACNAM before, have we? Maybe ages ago, but we haven't.
It's big, Actum. So that's, I think, July, and it'll be on endocrine disruptors and fertility. So that will be huge. I mean, it is what's actually happened. So I did a seminar with them last Tuesday with four other doctors as a teaser to the conference coming up. And the magnitude of the toxicity in all of us is so enormous. It's the perfect storm. And that's what I'll be talking about, the perfect storm, and what's actually going on in the biomonitoring studies. You know, this I'm not allowed to talk about gender dysphoria, but in terms of chemical exposures, but in infertility, it is huge. Like I remember when I found the video Men in Danger by the Danish, that how they pulled that together, and I made all of my earlier building biologists watch it in 2007. We're only now starting, they're only now talking about what I made you guys watch 20 years ago
Yeah.
about men in danger and sperm counts, and they're going, it is catastrophic. I mean, they're now actually quantifying how many microplastics is in the average brain because it's so diffuse across the food chain. So for me, looking and going through the research and rewriting my book, is I really think our work is undervalued in the importance of addressing these chemicals in the built environment. The problem is that people don't see it, so they don't even ask us to come in and check for allergies or chemicals. And yet the majority of these products and chemicals is in the house. So I think there's a huge capacity to offer consultations in reducing the chemical load through the house. But unfortunately, people don't ask us because they don't know about those problems. And fertility, cancers, all those things, you've got to look at those chemical exposures. It's just so ubiquitous. Pesticides, almost every person living within 400 meters or a kilometre of a golf course is going to have massive levels of pesticides in their body and they don't know. We're talking people in inner Sydney, Melbourne. I mean, it's huge. When you actually get them, if they can pay $1,000 for the GPL tox test, it's off the scale, every single one. And that has to be an important part of our consultation, is looking at those exposure zones and looking at what's going on, because most people can't afford the test, but you can assume the toxicity will absolutely be there. So
Yeah.
for me, I really love to educate the public more about why they need us to go and assess for allergens and chemicals in the home, because it is a problem and it is contributing to a significant amount of chronic illnesses that 55% of the population are experiencing, without question. The data is there. Mm.
Exactly, yeah. And I think I've been chatting to a lot of my clients recently, and we do get a lot of those. Personally, I do get a lot of the more low tox clients. You look around, they usually, because they know about us, really. That's, and I had a client yesterday that actually explained it well, and this is how I felt about the whole thing. You're not drinking a lot, you're not smoking, you're not eating, they're eating very clean, and they know they're still sick. So they're these special people that go, no, there's still something wrong. So that's a special type of person that's putting everything together and going, no, whilst being told they're crazy, whilst being told this and that, doctors, everything. That's sort of who we get. So that's what I was like this year, to focus on those that conference, ACNAM, for example, and ACIDs aren't doing it again this year anyway, but any other sort of medical conferences. And as Alison just said, like perfect target market for us and extremely rewarding when they're sick and they don't know what it is. So I've recently had a doctor around here, I think it was from the ACIDs conference, and this goes to show really these conferences how important and beneficial they are for us because that's, one doctor from the Gold Coast that has your details, a doctor that understands the importance of the environment, obviously. How many consultations is that per year for a practitioner? And I wasn't even at the conference. So, that was the ASBB, promoting the ASBB and then meeting, it's meeting a doctor. Meeting the doctors is a really important thing for us to do. And to be honest, I don't get heaps of referrals from doctors, which I've noticed since this doctor started referring. I was like, this is a huge target market for us as building biologists. Also being independent, the importance of being independent. Personally, I find that much more comfortable on site because I actually like to let the data and then my professional opinion observations back up all of my data. So you have a case that's quite solid. So for me personally, that's another reason I appreciate this industry so much is because we are actually able to go on site, collect that data, do what we're trained to do, and actually really help people to a point of I think we've all noticed that if somebody buys $1 million home, whether it's 1 million, 2 million, up to whatever they buy, and it's a lemon, it's extremely devastating. It's a lot they have to go through, and a lot within the marriage usually as well, because it's always somebody wanted to live there or something happens, So we have to deal with all of this as well. And I think Cole's spoken about that before with, being the psychologist, and if you've had the tears, sometimes the tears are nice because you can really feel someone. I'm not crazy. Somebody helps, understands. And this meter is making that noise. It's here. It's, all this air was collected and they're from the lab. It's in the air. So to have that data in our industry is just, yeah, we're at a new place, in my opinion, with that. And that's how we will lead, I believe, in this field and what we do. And we're very committed to build this momentum across every area. So we've also expanding the educational materials available in our members area. Another thing that we've obviously come to realise is a lot of the information and updates that we need are industry specific to our industry. So we will be spending more time recording aspects of the mentorship program, putting up anything from Nicole or anybody else of interest for CPD points that's very relevant to our industry, and most importantly, updating. Um, just continual updating our information and what we need to know, upskilling. And the thing is, what I've learned about this industry as well, we are always learning. And obviously that's something else I love. So it's good that we're always learning, and it's very important with things changing, especially with the air samples. And that's another thing we're celebrating this year was the release early this year of the ASBB mold gold guidelines. Um, Going back to, again, you can have a document and it can say something, but to have a document that's so relevant to the work we're doing and the information we're collecting, and to be able to put it to a client, like I've given it already printed that to clients, they've printed it off, and then when I've gone there, they're like, can we see through and go through this? This is amazing. Like, people actually feeling heard, which is, I know, another reason that we did do the guidelines. But personally, for us, for our members, practitioners, um, there's like that interpretation is it's clear cut. It's here it is. It's HIFI over 100. It's elevated. It's just so much easier. So again, thank you to Nicole for your time in writing that, but not only to Nicole, but obviously Nicole for how it's written, and that's just just gives so much information, and it's another resource. It is on the website, the ASBB website, on the homepage, another resource we can give to our clients that blows them away. So I'd just like to shout out to the actual team that helped with creating our new standards. So thanks again, Nicole, Jenny Smith, Brian Jesp, Jeanette, Raphael, Emma Smith, Reese Brenton, Deanne, Joanne, Leah, Senri, um, James Poon, Jackie Brow. She's not here. We don't have our, unfortunately,
And
membership
Brian.
officer.
Brian helped as well. Brian
Yeah,
Jepson.
I think I said
Oh, he did.
Brian, and then there was somebody else, Stefan. Thank you, Stefan. So that was the team that met, and we chatted about going back to this on-field experience we have mixed with the up-to-date research that we have in our industry, mixing that all together has made this brilliant document. So that is something probably one of the most things I've been proud of here with the ASBB is actually creating something like that can help so many people. So gives us all unfortunately for the others in the industry that don't like us, it gives us a lot of momentum and passion and just to keep on going on when these exciting things are happening. So yeah, we did get feedback, with CPD points. The form is new. Hopefully it's easier. Personally, I think it should be really easy for us because usually we're obsessed with what we do and we all want to, but I really want those resources to be, you can go there, you can get all of your CPD points. They're very relevant to industry. You're upskilling and you also know the latest information, which we also talk about in the membership, in our mentorship programs, which have proven just to be absolutely invaluable to be able to talk about case studies, not always recorded. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for the people there, sometimes it's more comfortable to be able to talk about things. We talk about silly mistakes we make, etc. Sometimes, I don't want to be recorded saying that. So we record it, we will put it up there. So we've got the information for the new mold guidelines has been put up there. So anything like that. And then if you see anything really interesting, even anything TikTok, especially building related things that, building inspectors that film themselves doing things, I find that really interesting as well because they can get up on top of those roofs, especially the real high ones with the flat roof, that everything's color bond aluminium, everything's flat. You can't see gutters, you can't see downpipes. You're going, where's the water going? The walls inside are like not soaking wet, but too wet, the plasterboard all the way around. You know it's getting in because silicon's pretty much protecting it. But those roofs, some of those are way too high in those developments. You can't get on top of there. So that's why I like having that understanding of what's going out. So watching videos like that as well, where you can see what's going on. And then also the importance of hooking up or knowing, and it's not always easy, that is for sure, because we're not in control of this, but trades, etc., that we recommend. Building a little network, I guess it's luck as well, because I mean, well, going back to that ACES conference, a doctor found me through there. She found a really great building inspector. She got me and him to go together to certain properties. He was unreal in the fact that he spent a lot of the time on the roof. I'm finding the issues inside at the same time he's finding them on the outside, and we're talking about it together as we're doing the inspection. I've personally, in my whole time of being in building biology, haven't found a builder like that. So it's lucky as well to find, and the trades, plumbers. I think Jenny may have a case study later if we have time to go through, but downpipes, it's not always coming from the top. So you've got the little flexi pipes sometimes on the downpipes at the bottom under the ground. So when we say for the plumber to go and check the downpipes because you know something's going on there and you don't know where it's coming from, then the client has, three or four plumbers, and no, it's all good, it's all fine. But then you find somebody that can actually, all they had to do was dig that dirt out and have a look, and you can see that it's broken. And so the water's going down the downpipe, but then coming straight back up out of the ground again. Now, if that's going up into a building, which is a lot of the times the case, I mean, that's a great example of having the right trades. You can find there's an issue. It's not always up to us. We then give that recommendation to a builder, a plumber, whatever the trade is. So it is really important to find those good trades as well that are seeing things as we are seeing. And that's what I found with this building inspector. The amount of times he picked up things going on in the roof, even I thought he was over the top. So I thought that was amazing. I thought that was so good, good for the client to know. And again, that word of mouth, once you start doing things like this on the ground, the word of mouth for your business is just goes a little bit out of control. So yeah, it's always good to find those people. And then, so yeah, those are the new mold guidelines, and they were developed with insights from very experienced practitioners. And I just, again, thank you very much to everyone. And I think that these guidelines do reflect our commitment to best practice, to clarity and evidence-based decisions. Trying to take the grey out, having a little bit more black and white, especially with people that do have brain fog with mold issues, which we see a lot. And yeah, it's basically being able to confidently tell people why we're making decisions as well and backing ourselves up. Um, and then we've upgraded to the membership work system. So if anyone's having any issues with that, please feel free to comment or reach out to membership. We do obviously have some people that haven't paid, and that's okay. That's fine. That's understandable. But if anyone could pay as close as possible to this AGM, that would be very greatly appreciated. And then also, because you have to upload your own CPD point form and then tick the code of conduct and upload the insurance forms as well. Please do all of that because there will be a crackdown. Unfortunately, we have to, just so we know we're staying in with our rules and regulations. That if, code of conduct or something is not ticked, we will chat with you first. But until all the forms and everything are uploaded, it might be taken off the website for a bit. If that happens, you will be told before, and then upload it, and then it will come back live. And hopefully members are finding they have greater control over their profile, and hopefully that's easier and more streamlined for you. So any feedback is always appreciated. So as we move forward, I'd love us all to remember what makes our community strong. And I really believe that is sticking together, supporting each other, letting the data do the talking, and we're always backed up now by our real world observations, which if we're seeing things over and over again, we're seeing little anomalies here and there that have equated to this problem every time, we're able now to be seeing that and then investigate that further. That investigation can be hard at times when you're up against builders. If anyone ever needs to chat about that, I'm more than happy to chat about that. I guess I've been lucky to be married to a builder that's a bit of, sorry, he's not here, it's all right, but not a know-it-all, but he does know a lot. He does. He's been building for a long time. You know, I don't think you know this. It's got to be wet to touch it, blah, blah. It's like, no, 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 no. I love how a builder knows the building and knows, like, and if a builder can build right and understands the building with water vapor issues, stormwater management, usually the building is going to be fine because the builder understands all of this. But I think we're at a point now when we've been here years, there's things happening where it needs to be investigated further. I've been involved in a few big cases now where it's come to the end where the client has had the money to fight it, which for me, horrendous what clients have to go through to get to the truth. When you've gone through the whole thing with somebody actually still going through legal, what they would do to discredit you, put you down, make it sound like it's not real because they're covering something up. And it's a big cover up. So, when it's a development that's house of the year and it's this and it's that, but it's highly contaminated throughout. So that they fight. So if anyone ever experiences anything like that, and I think that that's what definitely the mentorship is about, and everything is we do deal with this, and we always are here to back each other up. I feel backed up. I know it's a phone call away, and I know that a lot of us are probably like me that won't call, but when we're speaking with our people and our real world observations. And taking the confusion out of complex problems, I think that's another thing that our industry is just like really, really going well with that side of things as well, and really helpful for people. So something that I've noticed in my safe tech days of doing, volunteer and helping and to doing this work now with how the builders go on, they create chaos and confusion. It's a strategy. So
Cal,
basically,
sorry,
yes.
I'm loving your passion, but we have got a really tight schedule.
Oh,
We need
yes.
to
No,
get
no,
going
that's
ahead.
fine. Yes. No.
Yeah.
And now that's all good. So that's it for our presidents anyway. So again, thank you for your dedication, professionalism, and shared visions. Our achievements are a true reflection of our efforts, and together we can continue to build a stronger, more informed, and connected together future, and obviously connected in other ways as well. All right, so thank you very much. Now we're going to our, well, treasurer's report. So I will just share my screen as I go through the profit and loss. Okay. Well, this is the balance sheet. Okay. Share my screen. Okay, so here is our balance sheet. In the bank at the moment, we have 11,211 in PayPal, 6,317. And then the total equity, 18,041.25, and that is as of today. Alison Parker is actually is our treasurer. So Alison has just joined the committee. So Alison, I know you're still getting set up and everything, but you'll be doing, yes, hello, how are you? And
Good.
you'll be doing this again next year anyway. So you'll be doing this share for next year. Okay, so and the members, unfortunately, Jackie is away camping with no reception today, and she is our membership officer. She is ready and willing to go again. But if anybody else um, is interested in joining the committee, please let us know. Okay, so let's go to our members. Okay, so we have 54 paid members, 7 student, 42 practitioner, and 5 non-practicing. The only thing that we need to know in regards to memberships is to remind you all to upload your new insurance and CPD, which is really, really important. Okay, so can we please motion to accept the Treasurer's report as tabled, moved?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yep, Jenny, thank you. Seconded?
Yeah, I'm happy to
Anyone?
second that.
Yeah. Okay, now all positions are declared vacant. So election of office bearers and new committee members. So President again, myself, Vice President Nicole Bilsma, Treasurer Alison Parker, Secretary Jenny Smith, membership Jackie Brewer, ordinary members James Poon, Amanda James, Jessica Ward. Just want to take a special moment here to thank James and everyone on the committee, obviously. But James, you've really been putting in a lot of work there in the members area and getting information out to people. So thank you so much. Okay, so moved. Can we move those positions? Anyone like to move that?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Thank you. Seconded, Nicole. Perfect. Okay, that is officially the end of our ASBB AGM meeting closed at 9:40 a.m. Okay, so our first speaker is via a recording, and that is over to you, Nicole. Are you able to put that recording up?
Yes, I'll do that. Yeah. So I interviewed Nick Morgan. I first met Nick at the ACIDS conference last year, and after listening to him speak, I think he's probably one of the best integrated doctors in Australia that's specialising in the canary in the mine. What has transpired in the last 10 years is obviously Shoemaker made a huge difference in recognising chronic illnesses, especially SIRS. However, the use of binders makes most of these patients really sick. And even though it's necessary, it actually should be part of the end of the treatment over a period of months or years. So what Nick has come up with over many years is a strategy to help patients who are the canaries in the mine, which is helpful to understand how a doctor thinks when you're probably going to refer to somebody like Nick or an integrated clinician. So I interviewed him, goes for an hour and a quarter, very insightful. And his own story is really powerful because his wife ended up in a wheelchair as a result of SIRS, and he had, did everything to try and get her better, and she now works and has a normal functioning life. So it is possible to go from worst case scenario back to almost normal health, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, and so that's the hour and 15, and then we have a tea break after that.
Yep. Can everyone?
Yep.
Yes, that's right. Can everyone see that? Yep. Okay. Nick, I'm so excited to be interviewing you about your work. I was so impressed with the lecture you gave at the ACIDS conference last year in Sydney. It just put all these answers for me dealing with and, liaising with patients with environmental sensitivities, which is, what my dissertation was looking into, and the challenges and systemic failures across multiple industries, especially medical, when it comes to helping these patients. So I'm looking forward to picking your brains. But before we start, I just wanted to give people a bit of a background that you're a GP, general medical practitioner, who specialises in complex chronic conditions, including what we formerly refer to as chronic fatigue syndrome, long COVID, mold illness, and of course the mast cell activation syndrome. Currently working or associated with the National Institute of Integrative Medicine, quite renowned here in Australia on your work with environmental sensitivities. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for having us. It's really nice to be involved. I know you work with the same kind of clients I do all of the time, from just a different, space or lens. But people like you are absolutely necessary in my team to allow me what I do. But really excited to weigh in as to our approach and the very chronically ill and hard to figure out and hard to even know how to intercede actually with the very, very sensitive patients I see quite a lot of and even more of these days too. Thanks for having us.
You're very welcome. Tell me a bit about your background. How on earth did you get into this space? It's not something you learn about at university. So this is a long journey for integrated clinicians like yourself, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think perhaps like many doctors that have found themselves in integrative medicine, I do have some skin in the game, perhaps like a personal story that has led us towards a real necessity to understand environmental illness. For us, my wife and I, Emily, my wife, she won't mind you knowing, had a very debilitating form of a chronic fatigue syndrome illness back in 2019, especially. There were a lot of different aspects that led to a real, quite severe crash towards housebound and bedbound and wheelchair bound when she was her most unwell. And finding out some root environmental drivers of mitochondrial dysfunction and that loss of energy that amounted in a cell danger response physiology, figuring out the water damage buildings we were living in at that time, was a huge turning point and fulcrum to leverage a change in our health story. I kind of very quickly became a absolute nerd uh, in consuming literatures and conference material, becoming a member of the International Society of Environmentally Acquired Illness, which is founded in the US, joining a lot of functional medicine platforms, US based as well as Australia. I got my fellowship in the Australian College of Nutrition and Environmental Medicine, ACNEM for short, and did all this in a very small space of time. And then have found myself in a specializing field in dealing with multi-system inflammatory illness, with a study in the immunology of mast cell activation syndrome being kind of a big part of what I do. But also trying to tease apart what are the root drivers of that kind of sensitive mast cell immunology as well. And really thrilled just from my wife Emily's perspective to say that in the last 3 years she hasn't needed the wheelchair any further, and we used to go out in sunnies and headphones and have to be so sensorily aware. And now she's kind of going to her exercise physiology and has more abdominal muscles than I do. And yeah, putting me to shame in how physically active she's become, and more importantly, just getting our minds back, and relationship back in so many new ways as well. Not to say that our journey is over either. And yet, the mess hopefully becomes the message for me now and to my patients. So yes, very much why we're here. So that's, I guess, what's landed me now working 4 days a week at the NIM clinic, with my patients doing clinical work. And now I'm actually stepping more and more into some advisory roles. Perhaps I'm a board member of the ACNIM Association now. I'm a board member of the Australian Chronic Infectious and Inflammatory Diseases Society, which is very much a group subset of integrative doctors very interested in how mold and MCAS and certain infections all just contribute to a stuck chronic inflammatory response.
Well, there's nothing more powerful than a personal story like this. It's not just theory, it's lived experience. When the mess becomes the message, I love that. What I want to do is ask you a series of questions to help people navigate this, because by the time they find somebody like you, they've gone through years, a lot of money, and years of being gaslit by multiple industries, systemic failures in restoration, remediation, in medicine. So let's start with, what are the most common symptoms that and patterns that you'll see in patients who are presenting with environmental sensitivities?
Yeah, I think one of the, I guess, really framework series of just simple three questions, even I often start with someone, is figuring out how sensitive they've become to the world of toxins and foods and medicines. And those three questions actually come from Claudia Miller's work. They're called the Breezy questionnaire. And then she's expanded that into a Queasy tech questionnaire, a QEESI, when she did her work on a condition known as TILT, or toxicant-induced loss of tolerance. In the 80s, there was a commonly termed condition called multiple chemical sensitivities, MCS. But we're kind of now understanding that the physiology or the sensitivity in one's immune system to a lot of different triggers or threats is got a lot of synchronicity, or a lot of understanding could be put at the door of mast cell overactivation, the histamine releasing cell. But more than just histamine, a thousand other different cytokine or inflammatory messages can fire off when that environmental sensor of threat is pinged. And so when I see a sensitive patient, I really love to know how sensitive they are. So I ask them, do you feel sick when you're exposed to uh, pesticides, fresheners, cologne scents, smoke when you're kind of walking out by the street, exhaust fumes? Do you get weak or dizzy or headaches, or automatically this irritation sense that your immune system has already got its shackles up? So are you chemically sensitive? Second, are you drug or medicine or supplement sensitive? What kind of adverse reactions have ever happened when you had an anesthetic, or when you had an antibiotic, or even when you just take the simplest of pharmaceuticals? Do you get a negative, and have you just instinctively avoided these over the years? Um, and then thirdly, are you sensitive to foods, and maybe even confusingly sensitive to foods in a way which you can't even really wrestle with? You're not even quite sure which foods might disagree with you, but you have this general sense that foods are, are threatening to your gut for some reason. And if people are resoundingly yes to kind of these types of intolerances or triggers, I'm already highly suspecting a form of mast cell activation may be at play, especially when it starts to, blow out into a multi-system of inflamed patients. So many of my patients just have issues with their neurological system, with sleep or moods, fatigue, headaches, migraines, their autonomic nervous system, where their vagal nerve tone gets lost and they're dizzy on standing, their hearts are racing, their temperature is fluctuating, they're hot, cold, they don't know why. When they've got issues with their gastrointestinal system, with bloating, food intolerances, tummy pain, constipation, diarrhea tendencies, reflux included. They've got issues with their skin that starts to react in itchy, prickly, dry, rashes, hives, eczema, really hard to control rashes, even when they're drawing a line down their arm with a fingernail or a kind of a pen lid, and then it just stays red. A phenomenon called dermatographia, which is proof of mast cell activation in the skin, at least frontier. And then, mast cell activation that might be bladder involved looks like anything from an interstitial cystitis, irritable bladder, overactive bladder. So when patients are starting to get, a multi-diagnosis, confusing multi-system pattern that when you get them to fill in their questionnaires, they're actually ticking most of the 50 symptoms I've listed, then you start to think, well, are you just really unlucky to have probably 11 different medical diagnoses? Or is there a unifying diagnostic model? Just understanding that, just briefly put, your cells are stuck in self-defense. And it's not one organ system. It's just a whole immune system mediated multi-system, threat response that's been triggered.
What I like about what you're saying is you haven't given me a diagnosis, and I think the reality is with people with environmental sensitivities, like they'll come in and go, I think I'm mold sensitive or electrically sensitive or chemical sensitive. But what you're describing is a breakdown of immune dysregulation, lots of inflammation in the body, irrespective of the diagnosis. And I think the diagnosis really put a lot of these chronic diseases and misled clinicians for a very long time instead of looking at what's the underlying pathology, which is this mast cell activation, immune dysregulation. So in terms of symptoms, you described pretty much everything. And I guess also,
Yes.
did it exclude all serious pathology at this stage? So I'd imagine a lot of them would have FBE, normal blood tests, that a doctor would, conventional GP would do, and all of it's been excluded. We don't know why you're sick, but clearly you're not well, but there's nothing we can see on pathology. Tell me about that.
Yeah, and my goodness, it can even just be one skip, hop, and a jump from there to even clinicians or patients wrongly assuming that it actually must be a psychological, psychiatric manifestation. If I'm not making sense to all of the specialists I have seen, or worse still, these specialists, instead of saying those three words, I don't know, doctors have a tendency saying, well, if I don't know, and it wasn't in the, my medical school training or specialist training, then there's less likely that there's something I'm missing here. They might send referrals for these patients to psychiatrists and get, more and more treated or over medicated in antipsychotics just in the hope that things get better, but frequently they do not. And these patients, have been really traumatized through medical systems. Unfortunately, the patients I've seen, that's not an uncommon story. When in fact, one of the first things I really rush to affirm is that, a chronic multi-system inflammatory disorder, that your full blood count looks normal. Doctors might not have just asked for the right types of inflammatory panels yet. And the full blood count and CRP ESR is like a standard, I guess, mainstream article of inquiry. But the normal results of those do not mean you are not inflamed. There are many different patterns and programs of inflammation, and one of the first things I try and show patients, even on tests, is that they are abnormal on the tests that we run, especially when we're looking at cytokines that are really elevated in biotoxin illnesses or environmental illnesses, and to also, very much address any of the dismissive towards psychiatric diagnosis alone, which is a really great harm to many people.
So take me through the diagnosis. You mentioned you ask those three questions, you go through a symptom history, so the exposure history becomes important. Tell me about other questions that are asked, and also in terms of tests, I'd imagine, given your experience, that based on the symptom history, an exposure history, you've got a good idea that this is probably what's going on. The tests that are involved that you're talking about are often, because they're not normal, they're not what an average GP will do, they can be quite costly. Is that a necessary component to go that pathway, especially when most of these clients don't have financial capacity? Or are you starting to lean to taking a history and then going straight into treatment? Where are you at with that? How important are those tests?
Yeah, great questions. There's a few there. I suppose firstly addressing the other aspects to history. Absolutely, history is almost giving you the answer. Actually, if the patient has told you a good story and you have the ears to listen really actively to that story and follow the little diversions and things patients are giving you cues for, you often are finding your answers already there. A little clues for me, like sometimes patients have never been the same again since that, infection in Bali and their gut went, in a cascade. But then even from there, they became unrefreshing sleep patients and more and more fatigued and more post-exertional malaise. Other people, they haven't been the same since they got that pet. Um, including the home. Other people haven't been the same since they moved to their beautiful old terrace home. And actually, it was 3 months later that they started having swings of depression and then anxiety, and then the migraines kind of happened a few months later. So the place and time context is huge, and it comes from the story. It comes from the timeline. It even comes from early in the timeline before they even got sick or symptoms, to do with their childhood exposures to antibiotics that changed their microbiome, or how close they were environmentally to that, just golf course or quarry across the road. So these kind of backdrops I explain can start to already fill up the reservoir of the self with bugs or toxins that might be below the line of symptoms until they're not. And that threshold line is reached, and then you get your overflow event. And different things might actually be precipitants to that overflow event. A COVID infection, a common modern day example. For others, a head injury or a car accident, or just a divorce or a real toxic relationship might all represent enough immune system suppression that people then just get into this overflow cell danger response of, wow, my health has never been like this bad before. So those are the kind of features in the history that I really look for, and already give me a really good guidance towards what we should pursue as a path. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is this person more of a bug or a toxin like trigger, I guess, in their reservoir? What's the majority of what might be driving their inflammation reservoir? Invariably, all of us, every human being, is a combination of the two. But people have different proportions of their pyrograph that might persist their inflammatory responses, I guess. And then when I'm doing investigations, yeah, I have no rules, and proudly so, actually. Because for some patients, yeah, they've already spent all of their health care dollars almost just to get to see me. And it's even a struggle perhaps to see an integrative doctor who charges more out of pocket as well, and perhaps less Medicare even too, because even Medicare doesn't, like the way integrative GPs have such long consults all the time. But if a patient does have some financial allowance, the kinds of non-Medicare tests, I really lead with the priority of figuring out what kind of test is going to really move the needle in me treating you well. And for many patients, that's not the cytokine panel. The cytokines like leptin, MMP9, C3a, C4a, MSH, melanocyte stimulating hormone, all of these ones that you see on the mold website, and the Shoemaker's protocol, I very rarely do them. Unless a patient really wants to know, I'm inflamed and I want to test to prove it, then I'll say, sure, well, these are the ones that would particularly be worthwhile. I often on Medicare do a little bit of an immune system cell unpacking from the white cells. I ask the lab to do T cells and B cells and natural killer cells to get an idea of what the immune system's already fighting or not fighting, as it were. Where's the T cell exhaustion, or where's the natural killer cell depletion that might be driven by intracellular bacterial infections? So you can already get clues and maps, even from Medicare-based testing alone, that I kind of lead with. Um, but I also am quick to say when the body says it's inflamed, it's inflamed. Your symptoms are proof. And if it becomes clear, even like while we're trying to do some investigations, that have had a very clear mold exposure, and that you want to get better and spend all your dollars just on treatments, presumptively for 3 months before we do any out-of-pocket expenditure, I'm really open for the pragmatic approach, saying, great. Well, the treatments are so safe, that is a very smart way to go as well. So how about we do that? Wait 3 months. If you're not improving in the way that is useful here, or what's expected here, then maybe we'll do the tests at that juncture.
Right. So the first thing you're doing is a really thorough exposure history, obviously, symptom history, exposure history. You've mentioned quite a few root causes there, and what you're saying, which is in line with what I've seen over the years, is it's often multiple factors that are going on by the time they end up with this chronic illness. As you said, could be trauma, stress, chemical exposures, and something like pesticides is difficult because it's not like they get exposed and suddenly they're sick. It's in their system and they don't even know it's there, except that they've chemical related sensitivities and symptoms you mentioned. But bugs is a big one, isn't it? In terms of tick-borne illnesses, bacterial infections, gut infections from overseas, parasites that they may not be aware of. So you've mentioned not so much nephrology, and it's interesting. If they've got inflammation, the body will show up very clearly, I think, with the symptoms. So you mentioned the tests that you will do with T and B cells. Are there any other tests that you think are important?
Yeah, I think you referenced it. It's nice to have ruled out the other, causes of a chronic inflammatory case. You don't want to miss autoimmune disease. Doing autoimmune panels for my patients, they need to have had demyelinating autoimmune neuropathy, things like MS has often been ruled out, lupus ruled out, celiac disease ruled out. And once you've and most of my patients, as you've said, have seen so many specialists, they've just ruled out so many things. So I get to just jump straight into the functional medicine realm. Yeah. What was your question again? Remind me.
In terms of testing, but the interesting thing is that a lot of the symptoms with mast cell activation are very similar to autoimmune. And I've seen quite a number of women who've been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis begin in water damaged homes. Yeah, and you mentioned 3 months, 3 to 6 months, I find that's when the symptoms start developing after exposure for biotoxins like mold. So, I think there's been very little research on MS and autoimmune on these chronic inflammatory response presentations.
Yes.
And potentially we're thinking about the same illness in many ways, I think.
Well, absolutely, and begs the very important question: what can precipitate or tip someone into autoimmunity as well? Certainly, infections and unknown, and building list of relationships of what types of infection triggered autoimmunity stories are. So I think when I'm looking at a chronic inflammation case, I'm looking for the types of infections that don't go away quickly, don't go away, or might go into this dormant intracellular state, which is, like you've said, tick-borne infections. Babesia, Borrelia, and Bartonella are the 3 Bs that are so worth knowing about in any chronic fatigue syndrome world, but even in the autoimmune world, absolutely. And I think there are kind of growing numbers of cases of chronic fatigue with neurological symptoms showing on very accurate testing, like metagenomic testing, which we don't have really at our fingertips in the clinic, to be having high proportions of Lyme and Babesia and Bartonella, intracellular infection process that's actually very, very difficult for your immune system to fully keep in dormant once it's really become overstepping and active. When I'm also looking for co-infections like Mycoplasma pneumonia, chlamydia pneumonia, viruses like Epstein-Barr virus, CMV, HHV6, or other herpes virus families that actually never leave the system, that only ever go dormant and stay that way only if the immune system is resilient enough to keep them dormant. Under times of enough immune system suppression or stress, the things that are dormant can become a little bit like a Pandora's box situation and reactivate. In a NIM clinic study here with our researcher Karen Reed, for instance, looking at our long COVID cohort of population, she found 75% of those patients had EBV glandular fever reactivation. So there's probably more about these second generation infections, which are more opportunistic, low-lying, but intracellular stealth behaving infections that don't make you overtly sick, but make you chronically inflamed, that is really worth knowing about in our chronic disease population. And so they're the kind of panels I love to run because I want to see what kind of pathogen burden has built up in the body over years, and what might be continually driving autoimmunity or other inflammatory responses. When you add in those immune suppressing toxins on top here, it's no wonder these infections are more talked about these days. It's no wonder that Lyme or things like it have only been discovered in the 1970s, really, when more toxins from industry and agriculture have really been like on the rise in our water tables, our foods, the air we breathe. There's a reason why these bugs have become more problematic and now more than ever. And I think if there's a case that's like a textbook of my chronic fatigue syndrome MCAS patient, it's got sick from mold toxins and mold. It suppressed my immune system enough. Now we have reactivating infections. Most common, Bartonellosis. Lyme I see a lot of too. I see reactivated parasites or viruses as well.
Very, very interesting. In fact, we saw a lot of that too with the COVID virus, and we a lot of people getting shingles, which herpes, is common in very many people. And Epstein-Barr virus, 90% of adults are exposed. So, they have an immune response there. But like you said, when the immune system gets suppressed, its ability to keep those infections at bay suddenly goes skew-if. And that's certainly very common with the mold illness. So what percentage of your clients do you think mold is a very big part of their presentation?
Yeah, I'd probably say that 80% of my patients are like mold or Bartonella affected, like MCAS related patients.
Wow,
And yeah, I think it's not always from their current home dwelling space, perhaps the mold. Sometimes it's an office or just a previous dwelling and their genetics didn't maybe line up in such a way that they detoxed naturally, eliminated mold toxins naturally. And so it had been something they walked out of that place, holding intracellular toxin burdens from. But it's just such and you would know the stats much better than me and how many Australian homes may be water damage and then more of these toxin producing mold affected, but it's alarming. Yeah.
Look, absolutely. And I think you've raised a few very useful points here in terms of exposures to chemicals and infections, how they're becoming far more of a role to play in many chronic diseases. I think a lot of pesticides are actually used as preservatives in products, women's products, for example, because they're antibacterial. And we know we are more bacteria than we are human cells. So when you change farming practice and introduce a whole lot of antibacterials across the entire planet in the form of organic chlorine pesticides, etc., and infecting the soil ecology, and they give every livestock antibiotics to kill off the gut microbiome, and therefore B12 doesn't even exist anymore in meat. It's like it's the perfect storm. You're actually mentioning the perfect storm.
Yeah.
Right. Can you briefly explain Babesia and Bartonella for those who don't know?
Yeah. And worth a mention. So, Babesia and Bartonella are often known as the most like two commonest co-infections of Lyme disease, which is in the realm of tick-borne illness. When it comes to babesiosis, it is a tick-borne pathogen, a parasite that invades the red blood cell, like malaria invades the red blood cell. So I suppose it's a sibling of malaria, and thus it's not a worm parasite. It's not a nematode or a cestode. It's an intracellular parasite of the red cell, which can cause a lot of different types of symptoms in the chronic form for those who are immune system suppressed enough. There are probable patients that actually carry Babesia and Bartonella, for that matter, with zero symptoms, which is why this can be a little bit confusing too. But babesiosis in the chronic form is known to cause a chronic fatigue syndrome with post-exertional malaise and a lot of dysautonomia symptoms like POTS, that vagal nerve dysfunctional symptom profile we mentioned earlier. It has a few signatures that make me already suspicious of it in a patient story. If patients talk about a sense of air hunger, where they really just can't get a deep enough breath of air in and it's not exertion related, it could happen at rest. That already makes me quite suspicious of Babesia. One of its other kind of hallmarks is a lot of temperature and sweat dysregulation. So patients might say, they get day sweats or night sweats, and the night sweats are not just like a hormonal night sweat and not just a little bit clammy, but almost a kind of drenching night sweat actually as well. This is also a little bit of a tip off. It often causes things like spontaneous bruising or occipital headaches, migraines as well, does Babesia. So and even just an unexplained microscopic hematuria or blood in the urine, dark urine presentation sometimes. That might be a babesiosis story. So it's a really I actually focus a lot about symptoms with Babesia because testing is very, very hard to catch it. I've run a lot of American labs for Babesia and found it. I've never seen a positive comeback from the Australia Rickettsia Reference Laboratory for a chronic fatigue syndrome patient Babesia. I think if it's an acute form in ICU suspicion with a lot of kind of splenic involvement, you can have like a different manifestation and be profoundly unwell with Babesia. But yes, I haven't seen any Australian tests positive for Babesia in my CFS population. You asked me about Bartonella. Bartonella is probably by far and away the more common type of chronic infection I see driving MCAS or fatigue syndromes now. It can be transmitted by mosquitoes or from cat scratches or cat saliva. It can be from head lice, actually, the head lice that goes through schools. It might go through bed bugs, even spider bites have actually been proven to be Bartonella transmitting as well. I think when patients have had cat scratches or cat bites, I kind of pay attention a lot to this. So Bartonella, I think, was even found to be, in 30% of vet nurses in a colonizing form. It puts it at a very common colonizing type of bacteria. Not all of those vet nurses have a chronic fatigue syndrome illness, do they? So it's a combination event of enough immune system, stress and suppression to allow something that might be a colonizer dormant form in some individuals to then become an actively dividing type. And if in Bartonella's case, if it's actually very active, It can cause vivid dreams, nightmares, can't get to sleep, migraine headaches, often a unilateral sensory neuropathy, so they've got a lot of pain in a nervous system sense. They're often fibromyalgia, like misdiagnosed or maybe correctly diagnosed, but fibromyalgia doesn't have a root cause, does it? But Bartonella, definitely can cause all of the symptoms of fibro. Bartonella loves to cause feet pain, and especially a sole of feet pain early in the morning. It's stiff to walk on, or even just a burning feet neuropathy too. Some of the signs in the skin are useful to know about, like stretch-like marks, so they look identical too, but they're a bit different if you kind of press on them. Stretch marks shouldn't go pale and then refill, but Bartonella striae do. And if you look up striae Bartonella on Google Images, you'll find out what I'm looking for. Some, young men, for instance, just have it on their torsos or their back. Women might, notice it's breast or hips or buttocks involvement as well. So yeah, Bartonella striae can be a bit of a tip off in the skin. But yes, those are a few of the signs and symptoms we know a little bit more signature like.
Now, the main thing I'm excited, apart from the amazing information you've given already, is the treatment protocol. Because I notice in this space, it can be very much a lot of integrated clinicians can use the same treatment protocol for every patient with these mast cell activation syndrome, but unfortunately, a lot of people are reacting to binders. And I think you mentioned before we recorded, they're getting the right treatment, but it's not, the therapeutic order isn't right, and every patient is unique. So can you take me through what you have found over time? Because so many patients get sick on the traditional binders, etc. process. And what's realistic here? I mean, this isn't going to get cured in 3 months. I mean, I think the layers of the onion, it's like peeling the layers of the onion. So I'm interested in your therapeutic order.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not uncommon for me to be seeing patients for 1 to 3 years with their MCAS journey story. But what I tell patients is if you even just stick with us for 2 or 3 months at the start, your life will be getting better often by 3 months if we're doing the right kind of thing. Now, some patients, it's tricky to find their levels of tolerance. They've become so sensitive that they take an antihistamine and then that triggers their migraine headache. So you're absolutely right. There is not a one size fits all at all to this. And depending on how debilitatingly unwell someone has been, determines our toolkit. The toolkits I reach for, I already try and stratify patients in my mind as robust. Robust is I can eat most things. I figured out maybe I'm gluten or dairy sensitive, but I'm actually pretty happy with all my foods. I can do medicines and I can do supplements. I can even, sauna already and I'm kind of okay. That's my robust patient. My sensitive patient is, wow, I have a lot of gut related, adverse. I don't know why I'm bloating, but I'm doing it all the time. I can't do most medicines actually. I seem to be okay with herbs and kind of nutrient-based supplements, but I am very chemically sensitive. I have to be careful with my household products. Absolutely, got to go natural here. And yeah, just drug avoidant in general. And then I have my hypersensitive patients who are saying, I want 6 foods, Dr. Nick. And don't even try and get me to eat more vegetables. I'm saying up front, I've tried it. And they can't do any kind of supplements. A B vitamin will like send them through the roof. They tried a methylated folate one time and then they crashed for 4 weeks. And they're just exquisitely sensitive. They won't let people hug them just in case there's scents or, washing detergents as well that trigger them. So yeah, if you frame some patients in these categories and then the kinds of toolkits you're using for each, to start to number one priority, reduce someone's sensitivity. And so even if I do my workup and I find there's your Bartonella antibodies, up there. We did a urine mycotoxin test, and you're through the roof, and that matches what Nicole found in your house, the aspergillus and penicilliums there. Even if I know everything that caused them to be sick in that kind of biological bug toxin mix, we don't start there at all. We start by making a patient less immune sensitive. And we do that really with the model of understanding that MCAS and chronic fatigue syndrome illnesses are psychoneuroimmunological problems, in the sense that the bugs and toxins made patients sick, and they've actually got people stuck in an immune system in self-defense now. But that self-defense is so aggressive that it's kind of like the castle guards are not only just firing at approaching armies on the ramparts, but the butterflies start drifting up, and they're just firing at them too. It's become such an overprotective guardian, the immune system, that it's a really trigger happy kind of force. And even, to the point of just a smoke alarm that's really quite broken, very oversensitive to danger threat signals, but even to just, normal signals like food. And so these patients, we need to actually address not only on the immunological level. That's my job often, by introducing what mast cell stabilizers I possibly can in synergy to settle this overfiring immunology. But patients that are even too sensitive for, I guess, antihistamines, compounded antihistamines, herbs that stabilize mast cells like holy basil, nutrients like PEA, CBD, melatonin, vitamins like vitamin D help mast cells stabilize. Even getting a little bit of an acid base kind of ability to balance means a tiny bit of bicarb, a quarter teaspoon twice a day, for the hypersensitive patient might be an okay thing for them to trial. You can do dabs of things topically if oral is like a crashing response from the immunology. You can be very creative, perhaps, in the route of administration, so that you kind of can sneak things under the door, through the window, that's less obvious to an immune system that's hypervigilant. And then before you know it, you've been able to just get a little bit more reserve and quietening. But some of our patients, even as clever or creative as we can be, it's still very clear that their body does not like change in so many ways. And for these patients, we actually talk about the psychoneurological aspects to the psychoneuroimmunological disorder. And it's careful in how I have to frame this, because like we've said, this is not a psychological condition. But as the body has been under attack and assaulted from bugs and toxins to the point of overflow, the brain has been paying attention to this process and taking notes, and maybe even wrongly concluding now that the body is not a safe place to be in, that the world is not a safe place to live in. And we have to respect that the nervous system has actually created these neuroassociative pathways now, in actually it's our own self-defense in a sensitive patient. They think that by amplifying threat signals, you're going to be more aware of the danger in your environments going forward. But that's exhausting, to turn up the sensory dial on light and sound and pain, and stimuli that you don't want to be volunteered to your frontal cortex. But yeah, the nervous system might be very much amplifying those signals. And then even psychologically, or in the limbic system areas of the brain, especially because infections like Lyme, Bartonella babesia, or toxins like mycotoxins literally inflame the mood centers. They are causing neuroinflammatory currents in our amygdala, our rage or fear centers, or in our hippocampus, our short-term memory centers, but also where trauma lives. And very much these infections and mycotoxins activate all those trauma centers, even in the limbic system. So it feels like you're also suffering from a weird kind of biological PTSD playing out in the brain with a form of hypervigilance and a threat switch stuck to on in the limbic system. And yes, it came from the biological assaults, but now it's just a really a trapped cycle. And for patients who are exquisitely sensitive to, some of the mast cell things, we might actually say, let's try and rewire some of the vagal nerve tone that has been lost in nervous system and rewire even what has become now a neuroassociative stress response pattern that is very, very much stuck. Because even though the brain didn't get you into this mess, it is powerful enough to help you get out of it. And it's not going to make the mold go away or the infections go away, but you can actually control perhaps. And there are some ways I can volunteer how we might suggest this to patients. You can control what has been lost, which is an adaptation to stress in the body's own response to infections and toxins that has become far too overcompensatory.
So where do you start with that? I'd imagine that's an important part of close to the beginning of the treatment. What are we talking about here? EMDR, hypnotherapy, Gupta method. Like what would you normally suggest to clients? Meditation?
Yeah. So I think the more neuroplasticity governed research with in concert the polyvagal theorist Stephen Porges' work.
Okay, somatic experience. So it's practitioner.
Yeah, often actually, leads you towards more somatic experiencing, towards someone who is using vagal nerve tonification, which are actually little body-based exercises. Meditation, though very great for vagal nerve tone, is perhaps inappropriate for certain patients that cannot sit still with overwhelming symptoms. You ask them to sit in their body quietly when they have 50 symptoms. It's actually going to augment stress responses. So sometimes it's finding the way in to access some safety signaling again. So we're a big fan of online programs that lead people this way, like the Gupta program you mentioned, Primal Trust program, our favorite at the moment. The DNRS for some with Annie Hopper, dynamic neural reprogramming systems therapy, are the big three known around the world for, these neuroplasticity-led limbic system impairment. And I like Primal Trust because it features a lot of vagal nerve toning work toolkits, which is not so much counseling, not mindfulness, but rather a kind of really hands-on practical toolkit way to use the body to rewire the nervous system.
And can people do that like downloading an app, or because I'd imagine people are everywhere and they won't have access to physically be able to go to see practitioners like that? Are those therapies available, reachable for everybody?
They really are. And yes, the online platforms now, not only do they kind of step these patients through really simply and in bite-sized chunks and not too much overwhelm, they also have great community-based support as too. And for patients that really actually need a personal touch, there's a few people in my circles perhaps that I refer to who can do this like more one-on-one with patient work, who just might need a really tailored and specific approach, especially with a trust and a rapport that can only happen with another human being, all of those benefits as well. You mentioned a few other things that are helpful, like EMDR, for instance. If patients are resilient enough to be able to do some kind of release work for negative unprocessed, experiences like trauma, that can be real amazing. And yet, if they're incredibly threat sensitive, it can be a challenge to their reserves and might have to start like a lot gentler than EMDR. So, for instance, that hypersensitive patient, I probably wouldn't be recommending EMDR out of the gate yet. Possibly the sensitive one though.
So let's focus on the most sensitive patient. You mentioned one of the first treatment strategies or your therapeutic order is to reduce, calm down inflammation, obviously, and then also support their central nervous system through the therapies you just mentioned. What is the next approach to that? Like, where is the detoxification coming? Because I imagine it's important, but it's also going to irritate them when you start increasing detoxification and elimination. So, where do you go with that process?
Yeah, and I guess there's ideals here. And then I break them as well all the time. And rules we try and follow, and then ones we just, skirt around anyway. But all things going well, we stabilize mast cells, and when the house is on fire, put out the flames, then we can start to attend to the property in other respects. So I think you try going from after mast cell stability, and an example is a patient comes 6 weeks later and they go, Nick, I just have less brain fog already. I'm starting to sleep a little bit easier on cue. My food sensitivities are really calming down. I've been able to sneak in ketotifen and sodium cromyl glycate compounded mast cell stabilizers, and I'm doing even better. And that's us getting the foot in the door and going, great, we've got an anti-inflammatory type protocol that's actually working for once. And patients starting to get less sensitive to triggers, which means what comes next, they're more likely to tolerate. What comes next is not yet detox, but often supporting the organs of detox, which includes the gut. If the gut is still incredibly leaky, if the gut is not making stomach acids and enzymes to digest food well, then it's not going to be a great detox machine when we give it binders to try and help detox. So often I'm repairing the leaky gut membrane. I'm giving digestion enzyme support trials for those that need it, for no stomach acid patients or fat malabsorption patients who aren't really making much bile at all, or carbohydrate assisting kind of enzyme supports. And then I'm kind of restoring the tight junctions, maybe even the mucus layer as well, so that you get a more fortified barrier out of the gut. And just doing a couple of those just standard functional medicine toolkit things get people feeling, and yet even more better because they're absorbing their food now. The food's not causing more inflamed stress. And with less leaky gut, their 70% of the immune system is not always, firing with body system inflammation that's worsening their brain. So yeah, after we've stabilized maybe the gut, me introducing a little bit of the detox supports when that's kind of online. Um, Sometimes, even prior to the detox, we also think of the nutrient or the hormone imbalances as well. And with those, I guess, fortifiers, then you can actually ask the body to do something a bit more challenging, which is detox or encourage drainage of toxin. And that's when you're introducing the binders.
Can I just ask before that, with regards to stomach acid, what are we looking at? Like apple cider vinegar, not drinking with meals, like really simple advice like that in terms of, or are you actually giving hydrochloric acid and digestive enzymes?
Yeah, so I think when you're first trying to assess whether that's an issue or not, I don't do the bicarb soda in water burp test, anymore. That used to be the Heidelberg test in functional medicine circles. Now I just kind of jump straight to it and do something called a betaine challenge, and I use a lot of betaine hydrochloride and pepsin. And pepsin actually breaks down protein very well. And if you take one capsule and you don't get, a stomach acid reflux indigestion, then you've already kind of minus one tablet of synthesis. The body should make about 8 of these with every meal, like pretty easily. I use the kind of I won't say brand names, but yes, I get patients to start with one, go up in number until they get to their reflux dose with food. You don't take these without it. They're to digest food. And then once they're getting to 5 and they get a bit of mild indigestion, they take 4. And that's what's, I guess, supporting the digestion while the vagal nerve tone has been so shut down, it stops telling the stomach to make hydrochloric acid. And what patients tell me over time is the more they like actually rest their gut with this process, digest their food better, the stomach actually starts rebooting and making more stomach acid again. And they don't need 4 anymore. They're down to 3, and then they're down to 2, and able to kind of wean down with the stomach doing all the work it should have been doing.
Wow. Do you bring in probiotics at this stage? Because there's a lot of controversy about the use of probiotics on commensal bacteria, gut microbiome.
Yeah, I think probiotics are a wonderfully rich and emerging area of how each different strain could exert an exact immune type program. And there are certain probiotic programs that are incredibly useful in the chronically inflamed case. Um, in a lot of my patients who have so much bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine, as well as so much sensitivity already, it can be a little bit trickier to find the right choices that aren't triggers, perhaps. Um, but so I guess I'm a fan of, like, if you were choosing a probiotic in my sensitive patient population, I'm actually a fan of using this competitive yeast probiotic, not a bacteria, called Saccharomyces boulardii, actually. And so I use that quite a bit. I also, because love the fact that Saccharomyces boulardii is known mycotoxin, mold toxin binder, makes it quite useful in my patient population as well.
Yeah, interesting. All right, so we've looked at calming down the inflammation with mast cell related supplementation. We've looked at polyvagal, we're reducing the body's fight and flight response. We've looked at impacting or enhancing gut function, and then starting to look at the binders, bringing the binders in. Is that correct? So tell me about that. A lot of clients I see start straight on the binders and then they get really sick, nauseous, vomiting, and bloating, and go, oh my God, this is no good for me.
Yeah, absolutely, and a common story. And it's very understandable too. They're going right for the root cause, and yet the body wasn't quite ready for that yet. The right treatment at the wrong time is certainly a possibility. So when the body is ready for binders, I guess, it means you're less sensitive enough to be able to tolerate some of these other tools. You're more likely to be able to do a multivitamin at this point in time and not crash and burn. If you've crashed and burned with like a zinc supplement, then you don't want to be reaching for your binder. You're too sensitive. Yes, but once you're up to the readiness for binders, in the sensitive population, I always mention food as binders. The soluble fiber types of psyllium husk, rice or oat bran, flaxseed or chia seed are all really helpful binders for mycotoxins. And I think if you follow real, quite famous naturopathic doctors in treating mold illness, like Dr. Jill Christer, she will get people well without mineral binders. She'll do it with her fibers only and the bioflavonoids. And she'll come in strong with getting patients up to 2 tablespoons twice a day of psyllium husk. And that's a lot. You wouldn't want to start there, but getting up to there will mean your colon is really kind of sponging kind of toxin material so much more effectively. If you're at 2 bowel motions a day, we're cheering because you're really releasing at this point and holding with that kind of fiber a lot more of the mycotoxins as we go. So already, yes, use your food. But then when you're getting into the more evidence-based mineral binders, things like activated charcoal, bentonite clay, zeolite, glucomannan, probiotics like Saccharomyces boulardii, then you're using a lot of our environmental science of what's been used as mineral chelators, actually. So then grab the specific mold toxins in mind. And if you've done a urinary mycotoxin test, you know actually exactly which toxins you've got coming out in the urine. And then you pick the binder to the toxin that's got the most affinity. If you're using my approach, which is as much precision binder choice as possible. And when I see a lot of ochratoxin too, which is a real neurotoxic carcinogen to the kidney tract, and there's so much mitochondrial dysfunction with ochratoxin, which comes from Aspergillus. Then I'm kind of making a ways to think about if they can do the minerals and the charcoal okay. I'm stepping them up to even a pharmaceutical script binder called cholestyramine, which was made famous by Richard Shoemaker, who put mold illness on the map and called it CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome. So yeah, I think that's when we're getting to the cholestyramine. And had a lady just this morning, great example. We've gotten her to this point now over like the 4 months I've known her of getting the mast cells on board, starting to tolerate nutrients, and now she's gotten onto Questrin or the cholestyramine, and she's like, it's like my brain is back. I was so hard to focus, so in fog before the week was out on Questrin. I'm getting my energy coming back online, and she just gave a recent professional presentation where she just hasn't been able to work for 2 years. So yeah, she's thrilled, and it's like one of those, wow, great responders, right treatment, right time. But it's probably the preceding groundwork that really made the binders do the thing that they were supposed to do. Um, and yeah, the more we do this, there's often no shortcuts. It's very risky to try the the shortest route possible. But yeah, often if you couch the body in safety context, then when the detox binders come in, then wow, everything fits into place.
So I guess every patient's going to be different, but what will be the average time someone would be on a binder, or do they stay on it indefinitely to manage? Because if they're still living in a water damaged home, for example, and they can't get out, I'd imagine they'd have to stay in that for some time. What is your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. And I think if all goes well and patients are out of mold and they've found a safe space to heal, well done. They're probably already feeling a lot better, even just finding that space to heal. But 50% of people won't feel any better actually finding the safe space to heal because they've carried their mold illness with them. Um, but ideal situation from 3 to 18 months on binders is great in a mycotoxin detox time frame. But often patients, like after the 3 months, as we say, especially, just notice the more they're on binders, the better they're getting, and their symptoms are just getting more and more improved. And ideal world scenario, we are checking the urine mold toxin test 6 monthly, and we often see, oh, look, while you're on binders and detoxing, there's even more mold toxins coming out of you in your second urine test. And then the third one, wow, they're all kind of zeros. Our work is done. We're off binders now. And that's an ideal world scenario. Some patients saving their money perhaps just feel so well that they just kind of stop their binders. But then every now and then they're doing some form of detox in their life that they know is a bit of an insurance to just staying well, is actually incorporating some forms of detoxification. And that can mean sometimes binders or using sometimes saunas or Epsom salt baths or other things like that, even supplements. Yeah. If a
I'll actually stop it there because we're going to be pushing out the other lecturers, etc. But I noticed that there's quite a lot of questions here that I just wanted to quickly open up to in terms of the interview. So essentially, what seems to be the overall understanding of these illnesses is that there are bacteria or microbes already existing within the body. 90% of all adults, and most of us would have been exposed to many of these pathogens, bacteria, viruses, etc. And they're intracellular. So Epstein-Barr virus, glandular fever, 90% of us easily. So when they're exposed to a trigger like mold, it's impacting the body's immune system that is now not able to keep these other infections at bay. And this is why it's affecting, they end up with MARCoNS, that all the sinus infections up in the respiratory passages, vaginal thrush, gut infections, respiratory infections. It's like the whole thing goes haywire. So it's not that the Epstein-Barr virus that was the problem, because it's in all of us essentially. It's the fact that the immune system is no longer able to keep it at bay. And we saw this a lot in COVID. The amount of people who have herpes simplex. Herpes is in most of us. If you ever had chickenpox, you're going to have herpes in your central nervous system. So it's when you're under stress, like in VCE, where a lot of kids get sick, or stressful relationships, whatever. Now they've got herpes, but the herpes isn't the problem. It's the immune system not keeping it at bay. This is where the top of the doctors, and I'm only talking like a handful here, that are really starting to understand the reality of these chronic illnesses. And to me, I mean, we haven't finished the interview and we won't, but the importance and the most important thing they keep saying is they've got to get out of the exposure. Otherwise, they never really get better. So your job is so important, so important. And it's important not just because of the mold, but because of the chemicals, the golf course nearby, all these other things that I think we need to be starting to contribute in our reporting, or at least have some mass public awareness of this is going to be important. And it'll be a big part of the next edition of my book, which won't be called Healthy Home, Healthy Family. It'll be called Homesick. And looking at the pathways that are actually involved in the importance of addressing all of those areas is absolutely critical. So yeah, I know it got a bit technical, but I want to give you that insight, because the bad news is Nick isn't taking on any new patients. The doctors who know what's going on are not taking on new patients, but unfortunately, and most GPs have no idea. So you now know the process and the challenges with that. However, it is important that they get out of that environment and reduce their toxic load. So what you're seeing in their pest management when you're doing the mold audit, or when you're passing the golf course on the way to their house, it becomes very, very critical. So did anyone have any pressing questions that they wanted to go through? Because I know we're going to have a break in a moment. I mean, that was asked. I'm just going through the chats now. Does he use Nutripath for pathology tests? Yes, he does, and that's where the mycotoxin testing does come into it. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the mycotoxin testing in a case study after the break. Mycotoxins is a pain in the ass. A lot of naturopaths now, doctors doing mycotoxin urine panel testing and assuming the house is the problem, and it isn't always. The amount of kids I'm seeing drinking nut milk is loaded with toxins. If you think, how much almonds do you need to make up nut milk? Like, a kid can't eat more than 2 or 3 almonds. A 4-year-old will not eat more than 2 or 3 almonds. And yet you're giving hundreds of them with a glass of almond milk, which is loaded with mycotoxins, right? Why? Because most grains and seeds are held in silos where they're hitting dew point and condensation. So we're really realizing, the top doctors that I've interviewed, is that the mycotoxins are primarily coming through their food. And yes, they could be coming from the mold, but if I am seeing fusarium in the mycotoxin, I'm going, that's not water damaged home. This is actually food. So I'll talk about a case study after the break on that. So mycotoxins is a whole issue. I talk a lot more about it in the mold refresher course and in the current mold testing course, about where we stand with all of this stuff, because it's adding another complexity to the work that we're doing. All right. Any other questions? Yep.
Yeah. All right. We'll do a 10-minute tea break now, everyone. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock to hear Nicole. Can't wait.
Can I ask a very short one?
Yes.
Go for it.
So what you just said about and we know about like nuts and mycotoxins. When he was talking about like natural binders, like flaxseed, chia seeds, psyllium musk, would those be affected by do they have mycotoxins as well? So like, we're trying to fix something and we make a mess.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's probably one of the most important part of that entire video is that the problem now is that most people have a shit diet and they're not eating enough fiber, essentially. Without fiber, you're not pulling this out. Now, the question is it a source of mycotoxin? Possibly. But because it's a soluble fiber, it doesn't go through the gut wall. So it stays in the gut and it's binding at the same time. So in many ways, one of the most powerful things you can recommend, a naturopath and doctor should be recommending to their patients, is to have chia seeds, psyllium husk, linseeds on a daily basis. Like for me, if I start looking at all the data, the more constipated you are, the more the dramatic increase in chronic disease. Constipation, I think, would probably one of the most important symptoms of health, without a shadow of a doubt, because it's about how you detox chemicals, metals, and mold, is through how well you defecate, essentially.
Thanks, Nicole.
Okay, welcome back. And now we're going to hear again from Nicole. Nicole's been busy again this year, so an update on all things mold. Over to you, Cole.
I just want to present a couple of case studies
Yeah.
on when it's not mold, essentially. But what I want to do is first is just to summarize a theory that I'm coming up with that I'm looking at publishing in the literature on the work that we do, essentially looking at the what I call the adaptive capacity overwhelmed by environmental sensitivities, which happens to be the ACEs unified theory, which is quite ironic and wasn't meant to be like that. But once I started to come up with the theory and started to put together everything that I've learnt from interviewing the doctors and publishing that research in 2016 and going to so many medical conferences over many, many, many years, it's really clear to me that what is happening at a cellular level is very consistent across most chronic diseases, I would say, and it really comes back to Hans-Selye adaptation syndrome. This is sort of like the modern version of that. As I keep saying, I think the push to have a diagnosis or put a label on people's illnesses suits a pharmaceutical model, but doesn't often effectively help with their chronic disease. So for acute diseases, it's fantastic. Chronic disease is just miserable. So what seems to be happening in stage 1 is we have what we call hormesis, which is the ability to adapt. The body is used to being stressed. It's designed to be stressed. Mast cells play a very important role in alerting the body to a danger and addressing that danger so it could get over it and then go back to normal. It's sort of this beautiful balance that's going on. It's an adaptive window. Low-level challenges will strengthen the cell. What happens when the cell is stressed is that it creates inflammation. That inflammation results in immune triggering and the production of antioxidants. And those antioxidants are often, when you're younger, higher than the free radicals. And if that happens, you have wound healing effects. This is why high levels of electromagnetic field short-term can heal bones, can heal skin problems and other things like that. But long-term exposures to low levels, which is exactly what's happened in the home and in the environment, which is why building biology exists, is because the environment we live in has dramatically changed since the Industrial Revolution, and in particular since changing in farming practices in the 50s and 60s. So these low-level stresses, stress has always been there in terms of emotional stress, etc. But what has been added is the environmental stress has dramatically changed, especially with electromagnetic fields. I can't stress it enough. With mold, you've got to look at the EMFs, because if they're constantly under this stress, they go into the stage 2 cell danger response. If there's mold there, you get rid of the mold, but then they're still under high levels of electromagnetic fields just because they've got Wi-Fi. I mean, so they're in stage 2 already. Mitochondria start broadcasting distress signals, and they start exuding extracellular ATP from the mitochondria, and this converts trypsin diverted away from serotonin. This is why brain fog is the most common symptom is because you've got this Karnoon pathway where you're diverting tryptophan away from serotonin, melatonin production, and now into a different pathway of brain fog. So brain fog and long-term fatigue often happens in the cell danger response in the second part because the hormesis hasn't gone back to normal. If that continues, you go into stage 3 mast cell activation, where the cell danger response starts degranulating mast cells, releasing lots of histamine. So a lot of people end up becoming sensitive to histamine foods, but the food wasn't the cause of the problem. Then it starts impacting multiple organ systems because the histamines are present at the periphery, at all parts where the immune system contacts the environment, the respiratory system, the skin, the gut. It's all loaded with mast cells ready to fire if there's an environmental onslaught. So these are where a lot of the symptoms are happening. And of course, this explains SIRS, it explains multiple chemical sensitivity, electromagnetic sensitivities, etc., because they all have elevated levels of histamines on a systemic level. If that continues, you end up with what Claudia Milliot refers to as toxic-induced loss of tolerance, where they can no longer tolerate. This is when they're showing symptoms. This is where their immune cells become dysregulated with especially regulatory T cells, and the barrel overflows, and now you've got chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, gut symptoms, respiratory symptoms, every symptoms. Stage 5, the epigenetic changes lock the survival program, the dorsal vagal system shuts down, and now we've got long COVID, SIRS, brain fog, POTS, the whole thing. So the good news is, based on work like Nick, that this is reversible in a significant proportion of patients, providing the most important thing is that they actually get to the cause of what's triggering this. And as he said, 80% of his patients, mold is a significant contributing factor. However, EMFs is too. It's just that most doctors aren't aware of it because no one's asked. Very few people ask us to do EMF testing because they can't see it. They're addicted to their devices, but it is a huge part of this process. I have no doubt why so many mold patients don't get better after moving and even binders, because stage 2, they're in the cell danger response with electromagnetic sensitivities or exposures to very, very high levels, which anybody with a router in the house is going to be exposed. So that's just a taste of what I'm pulling together for understanding these chronic illnesses and the stages, and obviously this will go into a lot more detail. But in the end, what I'm doing is supporting the need to see building biologists to assess the home. Okay, so case study, just wanted to present on when it's not mold. This particular woman, 36-year-old, very high stress job. She has her own business, works 60 hours a week, sometimes 14-hour days. She has a 2-year-old with persistent eczema since 9 months. Husband has no symptoms, and the dog is 7 years old. So there's 4 of them living in the house if you include the dog. As I said, she's got a very stressful business. She does work 2 days a week from home. Her symptoms include chronic fatigue that alternate with normal energy. Now, there's your first red flag. And that I'll go back to why that's important. Chronic asthma, severe upon waking and post-shower. Chronic nasal congestion, daily blocked nose, recurrent infections that are persistent. So it's not just 3 to 4 colds a year, which is not unusual. A lot of people get 3 to 4 colds a year, but it's the fact that they're persisting for months at a time. Major illness cluster, February to April following the COVID jab, gastro, multiple bugs. VCS test was positive. Symptoms worsened significantly in the home environment. Complete symptom relief went away from the property. There's your second red flag. Severe symptoms return to home. So master bedroom shows she gets worse in the master bedroom and the daughter's bedroom, where her symptoms are worse. She's sensitive to chemicals to the point she can taste dishwashing chemical residues and she can't wear perfume. In terms of the building history, built in the 70s, the home was completely gutted and renovated throughout. She moved in 2021. At the same time that year, before they moved, she gave birth to her daughter. Complete renovation with delays due to the pandemic. New building materials throughout, brand new carpet, flooring, paint, plaster, There was stormwater pooling in the front yard where the council had to get involved. Very big house. Like you go to these houses, you go, shit, did I actually quote properly? But very big house. This one, money was no issue. So she had looked on social media and said, look, I think mold's the problem. I've tested positive on the BCS test. Can you please come and test this? So the house was tested, her workplace was tested, her car was tested. Roof leaks in the front living room and dining, water staining on the curtains, floorboards and plasterboard, recurrent mould in the ensuite shower, ceiling, master bedroom and daughter's bedroom steam clean carpet up to 12 months ago, which was damp for up to a couple of days afterwards. Dry cleaning. She dry cleans up to 10 items per week. Suits, silk, blazers. That's something we can often forget when it comes to chemical load, the importance of what chemicals are exposed to. And we know dry cleaning with tetrachloroethylene and perc are very toxic, some carcinogens, very, very toxic chemicals. So her chemical load will be increasing significantly with these dry cleaned chemicals that she's exposed to on a daily basis. She wears them once and gets them professionally dry cleaned every single week. She travels a lot, interstate, overseas to Europe about 2 or 3 times a year. The ensuite, fully tiled except the roof. There's no exhaust ventilation. The shower is completely, from the floor to the ceiling, is covered in glass. So all of that steam has got nowhere to go except onto the ceiling of the roof, because there's no operable exhaust fan and no openable window. There's a window in the shower, which is a bit odd, and there's no exhaust ventilation. So there was a bit of mold on the top, as to be expected. Condensation on the shower window. Moisture readings were dry throughout. In her bedroom, master, she notices an odor. I did not notice that going into this bedroom, another reason why she instigated the assessment. The condensation on the master bedroom sash windows, elevated ATP readings, as you can see, because they're double glazed windows, which is really tight. And so the whole house is tight because it's very energy efficient. And because of the lack of ventilation in the ensuite next to this, the water vapor's got nowhere to go except to imprint in the plaster and to migrate into the master bedroom, where it's causing elevated levels of ATP reading. So wherever there's dust, there's going to be mold because of the water vapor from the ensuite. It's got nowhere else to go. High ATP readings do not necessarily equate to high mold in a room, however. She doesn't open the windows in the bedroom. Current mattress is from the mother's house. It's 4 years old. Her bed is $20,000. So she paid 20 grand for her bed. And the mattress, that I think that included her mattress. I sort of lost it. I sort of went, oh my God. Her daughter's bedroom was as such, as you can see. First, the problem is it's on the floor. It's not a good idea. When they lifted the mattress, there's mold here under the floor, which is so common. You don't have mattresses on the floor. There's nowhere for the moisture to go. ATP readings were also high. Why? Because it's totally sealed, double glazed home. The water vapor, this room is opposite the master bedroom. Water vapor's coming through here and they're just hitting dew point on, even though they're double glazed, it's still hitting dew point. So looking at the air sample, you can see here outdoor living room, kitchen, master bedroom. Now, what I'm now teaching in the mold course and the refresher course is how we now interpret samples to be able to establish, especially when we're using the guidelines, our new guidelines, whether there is an issue or not. So when interpreting lab samples, make sure step 1 is rank order. Rank order is much more important than total spores. Then we look at aspen. Aspen is the most important indicator organism that is the most predictive for health effects. You notice Nick also mentioned aspen. It is the most important. And the reason is because Aspergillus and Penicillium have species that are primary, secondary, and tertiary colonizers. So they're first at the scene. They're there the whole way. 99% of all your water damaged buildings are going to have Aspergillus and Penicillium. because they have primary, secondary, and tertiary colonizers. So they're there at the beginning, right to the end, in most cases. Tertiary colonizers may or may not be present. Then we get to step 4. So this is order of importance that is most predictive for health effects. Total spore counts come next, high feed debris loading pollen. Now, when it comes to rank order, you're looking at the rank order between the outdoors and indoors and between similar rooms. We have 3 ways of interpreting lab results. That's the control method, the reference method, and the database method. Unfortunately, we don't have data around across Australia in different climate zones and different seasons to really know what that looks like for outdoors. But Dan Baxter's done a lot of research on that in America across multiple climate zones and multiple seasons, and has come up with some really important patterns which have been integrated into the new ASBB guidelines. So what we want to see is basically rank order similar to outdoors, rank order similar to similar rooms. In this case, after looking at the air samples, I then update that data so it's easier for me to read and to explain to the client. And essentially that means rewriting the air sample results with the outdoors to the left and similar rooms to the right. So in this case, you can see in the outdoors that the rank order was Basidio followed by Asco and Cladosporium. There was very little aspen, and the total spore counts was 2,200. When we looked at the master bedroom, the rank order was aspen followed by ascospores. Similar with bedroom 2, aspen, ascospores. Toy room was clado and aspen. But when we're looking, even though the rank order is different, which is a red flag, you then have to compare the spore counts of aspen to the ASBB guidelines. So looking at the ASBB guidelines in the indoors, you want to keep it under 400 for someone who's healthy and under 200 for someone who is sensitive or has asthma, allergies, or fatigue syndrome. So when we look at these, the master bedroom has an aspen count of 53. This is really low. The aspen levels in a daughter's room is slightly elevated, and this came down to the mattress, which was on the carpet. But this is still considered to be low. Yeah, it's above 200, which is for a sensitive person. That was easy to be fixed by replacing the carpet and replacing that part of the carpet and replacing the mattress. So that fixed that up. So these levels are considered to be relatively low. When we look at the living room, ensuite, and kitchen of this house, we can see the rank order is aspen first. However, the levels are relatively low. For a sensitive person, it is elevated, but only by a smidgen. And the elevation came from the fact that she had furnishing there from her mother's house that was severely water damaged. So there was items in the living room that identified with mold that were likely to contribute to this, because when I did the surface sample of high horizontal surfaces in the living room, it was low. So the slightly elevation of aspen was likely due to contents, not the built structure. The ensuite was low. The reason you're going to find low levels in an ensuite like that is because it's tiled. There's nowhere for the mold to grow. So you can have a really high levels water vapor, no exhaust ventilation, lots of condensation, little mold. Why? Because mold doesn't grow on tiles. So this is where your semi-porous and porous items, understanding the interplay between the materials and the water, which is either water vapor or liquid water, becomes really important in understanding risk. This is why in a lot of Asian countries you have 90% humidity and low levels of SIRS and chronic fatigue syndrome, because everything's made of cement render and tile. They don't have carpets. They don't have gyprock in the same way we have here. And this is, I think, such a big role to play as I've started to look over the data over the last 20 years. Same with the kitchen, aspen at 93, well below the building biology guidelines. These are below the building biology guidelines. Mattress. So I decided to do a disturbed sample because the mattress had come from her mother's property while they were building. She was living with her mum. And essentially all I did was strip the bed, press down on the bed several times. I wasn't jumping up and down or anything. And then redid an air sample. As you can see from the air sample in the master bedroom compared to the air sample of the mattress. So a 2-minute sample immediately above the mattress after I just pushed down on it. was significant. There was elevated levels of aspen and cladosporium in the master bedroom. The surface samples you can see here, the painting above the gas fire was from her mother's house. So it was elevated in aspen and high levels of cladosporium, 3,500 spore counts. That was a surface sample of the painting. The smooth edge, basically lots of surface samples taken. Here's just some. They are low. Aspen levels on the smooth edge of the daughter's bedroom, 0. The ATP readings were high. Aspen was low. Smooth edge of the master bedroom, low. Ceiling vent of the HVAC, low. So the only surface samples that were elevated were on contents. So my conclusion was mold arising from the existing built structure of the new home is unlikely to be an issue. The contents from the previous water damaged building is. I suspect she has an allergy that she's not aware of to dust mite and pets. Remember, she has a pug. Suggestions is to get allergy tested. She did, and her allergy levels were extreme to the point the doctor said he'd never seen anything like it. Very extremely sensitive to dust mite, all grass, pet dander, including dogs. The specialist said removing carpets and curtains, which was not necessary as far as I was concerned because they were not old. There was no mold allergy on her test. So I said to her, replace the mattress and reupholster the bed. So I said, replace the bed. She said, I'm not going to do that. It was 20 grand. She said, I'm going to pay $5,000 to get it reupholstered. Good for you, sister. Including removal of the headboard. If someone has dust mite allergies, did you notice that the headboard it was fabric? That is a nightmare for someone with dust mites. Nightmare. So the outcome was a 60% improvement within 3 months of doing this, immediate improvement. So she then did an online consult and she said, look, I'm still reacting when I'm in my house. I'm much, much better, but I'm still reacting. So I said, well, tell me about your bedding. And she said, well, the pillow is 8 years old. So we replaced the pillow with natural latex and instantly she was better. She said, I cannot believe I've been to so many doctors over so many years and the pillow and the mattress were the problem. Like she spent $8,000 in testing her car, her workplace and the house, which was fine for her. And in the end, it came down to contents from a previously water damaged building and her bedding. So I really want to stress this. And the reason why this started to make me think this way is because she said she's cured when she's out of the house. When she goes on holiday, she has no symptoms, right? If this was SIRS, long-term exposure to mold, the symptoms tend to drag on. They get better, but they tend to drag on. She was symptom-free when she was away from the home. So the timing of exposure, she said she's worse in the morning. Worse in the morning is dust mite. It's always dust mite because she's sleeping on the problem. So I really want to bring that to your attention because it's easy to forget as a building biologist when you're doing mold. But there are other factors at play that are very likely to be having a role. 1 in 5 people in Australia have severe dust mite allergies, 1 in 5. So your patients that you're going to will be reacting, many of them. And you have to consider the wall-to-wall carpets, the bedding is so important. I strip the mattress, I strip the pillows, and I ask about that because of, case studies like this. And this is where I tend to get the best results. Okay, second short case study, a straw. So male comes on an online consult. He wants an online consult and says, look, my dentist has referred me to you. So Kel, that came from acronym. My dentist has referred me to you because I've got these chronic fatigue-like symptoms. And the naturopath also didn't refer her, but did a mycotoxin urine panel testing, and I'm positive for everything and I'm freaking out. It's mold, right? Ochratoxin, aflatoxin, zearalenone is not from water damaged buildings. It's from food, from fusarium especially. And in fact, it's not from food and it's not from mold in buildings. So when I see zearalenone, which is one of the strongest hormone disrupting chemicals on the planet, like it's very estrogenic. We're talking breast cancers, we're talking estrogen-based cancers, etc. Massive with this one. I'll talk about it at the ACNAM conference. But one of the strongest hormone disruptors is actually not a chemical. It's actually a mold found in straw. Fatigue syndrome, recurrent colds and flus. Wife and daughter are fine. Completely fine. So looking at the lab results, you can see here outdoors, total spore counts 1,300, aspen 13, one raw count. So there's virtually no aspen here. Cladosporium bit high. This is the outdoor living. Aspen 0, 0, 0. Okay, total spore counts 180, 480, 920. Tertiary colonizers, no stachy, no chetomium. So when we're looking at interpreting lab results, the first thing we're doing is rank order. The rank order in the living room is cladosporium followed by smuts. In the master bedroom, it's a little bit more diverse, but it's essentially cladosporium first, followed by epicoccum, and then pretty much nothing. Bedroom 2, you've got mainly cladosporium. So the rank order of this is similar to the outdoors. Rank order outdoors is mainly cladosporium, and it is in the other rooms. This is condition 1. Living room master, bedroom 2 are condition 1. Bedroom 3, 20,000 aspen levels. Garage, 13. Couch, 290. Disturbed, that was a disturbed sample on a couch, which for a disturbed sample, you normally get thousands, right? So you're talking about what the hell is going on in bedroom 3 that these levels are so high. Well, this is what's going on in bedroom 3. Now, you cannot and should not have animals with straw in a home, because what's happening below this is a huge amount of mold, moisture, and urine. Massive. This straw is loaded with mold, and fusarium is very common in the straw. So here you've got this high levels of mold. If I see straw, I go massive. If you've got SIRS and you've got chooks, that's a problem. If you're mulching, that's a problem. These are other sources that are easy to forget about, and maybe you need to put it on your questionnaire. Have you got livestock in your birds? Birds are a nightmare. Rabbits, chooks. Like, I had chooks during the pandemic. Bad idea. My first dozen eggs cost me $650 by the time I pay for the bloody chook pen and the bloody straw and the diatomaceous earth. And do you think the kids looked after them? No, I had to look after them. So I'm the one exposed to freaking massive amounts of bloody mold, don't I, and fusarium while I'm doing this is nice to have chooks. No, forget it. When I'm doing an inspection and I see chooks, that's a massive red flag for me, because straw is loaded with mold, and fusarium is something that you don't generally see in hardly at all in water damaged buildings, and you very rarely see it in food. So the only other source is this. So please have a look at this, because the urine underneath here, the bacteria wasn't tested to be through the roof. And guess what? That's his office. So just want to think laterally about possible issues here, because it's such a problem and very easy to miss in many patients as well. So this is why your inspection becomes really important, looking at other sources of microbes, such as the mulch and the straw. And let's face it, many people decided to become sustainable, etc., and get chooks, which I would never recommend to anyone with asthma, allergies, or chronic fatigue or autoimmune disorders for that very reason, etc. Does anyone have any questions?
Hi, Nicole.
No,
I'm just, oh, sorry. Is that me?
Yeah.
Go.
I'm just thinking about, because you said the straw, I wonder if, you know, how a lot of people have cat litter. Is that ever straw, or
Yeah.
is that more of a paper thing?
From
Which,
my
I mean, I guess
understanding,
it's still moldy as well, right? If it's paper.
yeah, bacteria. Look, it's in a plastic. Hopefully, it's in plastic. If it's not in plastic, you're talking about seeping through into the carpet. And once it's in the carpet, that's when you're going to urine on carpet is going to cause the mold. The straw is going to be high in the fusarium. So yes, bacteria is a huge issue. It needs to be in the laundry, Joe. but it is a microbial issue. So they'd have to be, if they're sensitive and they've got that. And the other thing that's really important is if they've got a cat, babesia is going to be really common. You can assume they've got babesia in their body because of cat scratches and the saliva. So if their immune system isn't strong and they've got a cat and they've got SIRS, that's a double whammy. Yeah. But these are really good questions we need to ask to understand these microbes that people are exposed to, especially when they're bringing them into the home, for sure. And look, it's a perfect segue into our next talk by KG. I'm really excited to have KG on board. I've been liaising with KG for quite some time on natural latex products. And I've just spoke about this patient who spent $8,000 in testing only to realise that their bedding was the problem because it had been in a previously water damaged building, and replacing that made a massive difference to their house. She just couldn't believe it after years and years of being sick since a child. And money was no problem for her, and she just got sick of it and ended up doing whatever it took to get there. And in the end, it was the mattress and the pillow and the contents from the water damaged home. So
That's a perfect coming to this talk, actually, Cole. It's wonderful. And I do get a lot of questions about latex too, because like not all latex is and it gets confusing. So this talk is amazing. I'd love to welcome KG and Ethan from Natural Comfort. Explore how your mattress could be undermining your sleep and health and what to do about it. In this talk, Natural Comfort owner KG draws on over 20 years experience with 100% natural latex to explain how low tox, breathable and properly supported bedding can transform spinal alignment, reduce exposure to harmful chemicals, and create a cooler, more restorative sleep environment. Thank you so much. Over to you, KG and Ethan.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much for having us, Nicole. I'm not sure if you guys can see us on the video, but we are actually here.
We can't see you.
We can't.
I think that's just a virtual background, but look, I'll move straight onto the slides, but I promise you that you're not talking to a wall.
Thank you.
So just bear with me here. So can
Now,
everyone
I
see?
understand, Ethan, you're starting to become a medical doctor.
Yes, that's right. So I'm halfway through the journey. I'm studying at the University of Melbourne, and I'm helping my dad in the family business. We'll get to a little bit about ourselves, but yes, that's the end goal. I'm very personally passionate about this topic because it is frankly quite gobsmacking, the extent to which this problem has, perturbated itself, across what people are normally sleeping on. Yeah. So thank you again so much for your time. We'd like to today talk about, I suppose, this huge issue that's facing the comfort and bedding industry, and that's the fact that we're sleeping on toxic petrochemical-based foam cushioning. And we'd like to give you some topics and tips on how to choose better alternatives to this that are not only just non-toxic, but are a lot better from a support perspective. Now, just bear with me here. I'm just going to go to this move. Can you see the slides at the moment, or is it on the speaker view? Sorry.
Yes, we can see them. We can see your first one, toxic bedding endemic.
Yeah.
Okay. Has it moved on?
No.
Okay. Apologies. This is the first time I'm using Google Slides. There we go. Look, we're just going to go like this, and we'll go without the notes, I suppose. Look, thank you so much again. Just a little bit of background about our company. We've had a lot of experience dealing with natural latex bedding. Yes.
Hi, my name's KG, and I'm from Natural Comfort. Thank you for joining us today. Just a very quick, we'll have to go through the slides pretty quickly because there's about 30 slides, and we only got about 30 minutes, so it'll be about 1 minute per slide. Just a very quick brief before we start. We're, including Ethan, we're actually a 4th-generation business continuously within the latex bedding space. So I would like to think that we have quite a good background and experience, promoting this sort of product and also manufacturing it. Okay, so Ethan, let's move on. So one of the biggest problems facing the bedding industry today is the fact that 99% or 98% of beds have effectively petrochemical-based polyurethane foam cushioning in the product, be it springs with foam on top or full foam, often known as memory foam. And it's an issue because it's also not only off-gassing and reasonably toxic, but it's also the single biggest culprit when it comes to premature indentations on a mattress. So if you have a typically a spring mattress at home with foam toppings, you'll find that you very quickly, within a few years, get indentations on the surface of the mattress, and it's not coming from the springs; it's actually coming from the foam. Okay, so anyway, we're here to explain about the relative toxicity of polyurethane foam, and quite often to exacerbate the issue of the VOCs in foam. They're often also coming with flame retardants, which makes it even more toxic. All right.
The question that you should be really asking us is, well, if foam is so toxic for bedding, why is the industry almost addicted to using it? And why is it so prevalent? Well, the cynical answer to that is that it's essentially the cheapest way to make a mattress and to incorporate a comfort layer into that mattress. If we look here at this table, this is just to give you a example as to the difference in price and cost. Like for like, same size, same thickness. If you compare the petrochemical PU foam versus, for example, natural latex, it's about 4 to 5 times cheaper to make. And that's the reason why it's firstly used. And compare that also with the fact that most bedding is sold through a traditional franchise reselling model, whereby there's additional levels of markup. So what that means is that better quality padding is essentially priced out, and that means that cheaper foam is actually even sold at even higher prices than what it should be sold for. If we look here, this is just an example of the two types of business models we see in bedding. On the left is a factory direct model, and on the right, it's the traditional retail franchise model. You can see quite quickly how there's almost double the markup involved. And again, what that means is that better quality padding is priced out, and consumers are essentially given cheap foam at expensive prices.
So on a visible level, most people would not be aware that the mattress is different, because if you're swapping out the natural latex padding for foam padding, it essentially looks the same. And had we not told you that there was any difference in the shop, people would be none the wiser, and they're not realizing that they're not comparing the apples with apples. But essentially, because of the franchise model, and there's two extra middlemen in the markup, they don't want to be putting in latex because it's the most expensive thing that goes into the mattress. And they will just take it out and put in, cheaper foam.
So quickly touching on the problem of all of this, why do we care so much? Well, VOCs are being off-gassed from the petrochemical foam that's in the mattress. Polyurethane foam off-gasses VOCs, even after the packaging is opened up and you put it in your bedroom. Now, this study here done a couple of years ago shows that obviously the polyurethane is off-gassing in a peak when you take it out of the bag and put it in immediately, but it continues to off-gas VOCs up until even the end of testing. And just note that this is just when they stop the testing. It keeps going on even after the endpoint. VOCs, we know, impact indoor air quality, and they've been identified with several health risks. This is very pertinent because, especially when we're talking about the indoor context, we spend 80 to 90% of our lives inside. And even more so, we spend 1/3 of our time in bed. So air pollutants inside are very important because they remain in our rooms for longer, especially if they're not properly ventilated. And just for your information, this same study found that toxic VOCs such as chloromethane and toluene were identified, and there are positive association studies being shown that these have neurological issues. Now, we also are understanding that VOCs contribute to PM2.5, which is quite concerning. And PM2.5 is essentially particulate matter pollution that has a diameter of less than 2.5 microns. And it's occurring because these VOCs are essentially getting oxidized to form these secondary organic aerosols. And even more so, we know that PM2.5 is very well established in the literature for being a serious health risk as a carcinogen and as a risk factor for cardiovasculatory and respiratory health issues. In terms of the flame retardant problem, this is the other aspect. Because PU foam is so flammable in its natural state, because it's essentially hydrocarbon-based, companies also can incorporate additional toxic flame retardants into the compound. Historically, these were PBDE retardants, and these were very toxic to human health. Currently, there's been a move away from these in the last 20 years, but unfortunately, they're not much better. We're still finding that although the literature is developing, there are still now studies actually coming out and showing that these flame retardants do also still have health risk, and that's no hazard of the imagination. So moving on to how to identify PU foam in bedding, and we'll hint it involves in avoiding it wherever possible. Now, it can come in many shapes and sizes because marketing strategies of companies that are invested in using PU foam will actually go to great lengths to avoid calling it by name. And that's because they're aware of the various heat retention, toxicity, lack of support, and sag-prone stigmas attached to PU foam in the mattresses that they're making. And as a result, they change the name from foam, because that's almost known as a dirty word, to things such as cool gel, viscoelastic, gel infusion. But the joke is that it's all the same thing. It's essentially either normal foam or memory foam. Now, just to help you understand, I suppose, how it presents itself at the market in all its different shapes and sizes and forms, we've come up with this little small exercise. It's called Try to Spot the Petrochemical. Now, I've gone online and I've taken a couple screenshots from some companies that offer foam type products. This is a Tempur that's sold from Bedshed, which is one of the national chain stores.
Well, Tempo also is sold in all the major chain stores, not only Bedshed. But it'd be very interesting to see how they have played with words to try and avoid using the word foam, even though it's a 100% polyurethane foam product.
Now, try to spot where the description is for whether or not it's a foam product. Ironically, it's quite hard to see. In red is essentially the marketing jargon, and in green is the true description of what it is. Ironically, although this product is essentially 100% foam and memory foam, they go to such a great length to describe it as anything but that. They call it an all-new advanced material. Ironically, memory foam was actually invented in the 1970s, so not sure what's so novel about that. And they try to change the name from foam to adapt as a material. So a lot of jargon to essentially describe a simple memory foam type
They'll
product.
call it advanced material, temper material, adapt material, but they'll try and avoid using the word foam, even though it's a 100% polyurethane foam product. Yep.
Now, have a look at this one. I just want to flag with you guys that although a company might, try to greenwash itself almost by giving you the connotation that it's eco-friendly, or if it has eco in the name, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a healthy product or that it's environmentally friendly by any means. Here again, we see this similar trope. Fancy words to essentially describe normal foam. Contour foam is essentially memory foam in this case, and support foam being just the hard backing foam layer, which they have to put in the mattress because memory foam is not very supportive. You need that stiff backing, otherwise you would be essentially getting this huge indentation forming in your mattress. Yeah.
Yeah, so they give you this feel that it's zone ergonomic, but essentially it's just 3 layers of foam. You're better off just going to Clark Rubber and buying it for a fraction of the price, and you're getting the same stuff anyway. Yep.
Last one from this little batch. This company tries to be very transparent and open with you in regards to what they're actually putting in the mattress. But if you actually dig a little bit harder, there's still a lot of spiel to sift through. Again, they're essentially trying to use this transparency as a ploy to lower your guard. Essentially, what they're selling you is 2 layers of foam on top of the springs. It's a very typical mattress, but they're trying to change the name again. They're trying to call it anti-gravity, being this top layer of foam, and component adapt system. But all they're doing is they're just giving you swappable foam pods. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just 2 layers of foam on basic pocket springs. In our opinion, it's grossly overpriced, even though they claim that they're best value for money. And the only reason why they call the second layer of foam component adapt is because they're just swappable foam pods to make it firmer or softer if you want to return the mattress. Okay, so next.
The last thing I'd like to touch on with this particular model, and it's a good lead into our next section, is we see this trope occurring now, and it's when companies start to almost associate their product with various certifications, and it's a little bit ominous. Level A global green tag certified foam. What does that mean? Does it mean that their foam is any good? Is it actually good or healthy for the environment or yourself? Well, it leads us on to our next session, and it's about greenwashing. We need to be very aware of this practice of companies essentially trying to associate themselves with being eco-friendly or environmentally healthy because they're name dropping a bunch of certifications. But we have to go one step further and actually understand what the certifications mean and what they entail. And also not only just that, but actually what the testing limits for these certifications are. And the second thing that we need to be very aware of is of when companies try to make polyurethane foam sound more environmentally friendly by using plant-derived polyols in the material to make it, sound more healthy.
So you might have seen in your readings of mattress material, people trying to promote plant-based foam and all that sort of stuff. Essentially, whether it's ground-derived polyol or whether it's plant-derived polyol, it's still a petrochemical. So at a molecular and chemical level, it's actually identical. So whether it's soy-based or not, it's still PU foam. The analogy to this would be if you go to the petrol bowser, you have a choice of whether you're going to get petrol, E10 petrol, which is a blend of ethanol, which is plant-based, or you get the E91 unleaded. But essentially, they're both petroleum products, just like a plant-based foam product is still petroleum-based.
So I just want to show you again some case studies of where this, firstly, this certification overload almost gets done by certain companies. Now, at a glance, you might think, wow, okay, they're called eco kids. They must be good for my kid. They're almost giving this connotation that they're healthy and they must be non-toxic because they're using an eco and healthy friendly foam and because it's GECA certified. But if we actually delve a little bit deeper, it should be coming up as a red flag to you if you're not aware of what this practice is doing. Now, essentially, the claim is that it's a non-toxic kids mattress and it contains no harmful chemicals. But ironically, they're using a thick slab of petrochemical foam padding or polyurethane foam padding as the comfort layer here. And not only just that, but the material, the fabric material that's used as the covering on this mattress is stitched into another layer of polyurethane foam to anchor the stitches in. So it's still containing polyurethane. And this GECA certification, if you actually knew what it was, it's essentially got nothing to do with testing for non-toxicity. All it's certifying is that the company that makes the polyurethane is more environmentally friendly and more ethically conscious.
So all it means is basically the blowing agents that they use to make polyurethane into polyurethane foam to get the GECA certification, they're just not using the traditional blowing agents with chlorofluorocarbons, albeit that they're not doing that. But it still doesn't escape the fact that it's 100% polyurethane foam, which off-gases and has having exactly the same toxicity levels. But when they attach the GECA certification to the fact that they're claiming that they're non-toxic, people automatically assume that GECA is pertaining to the non-toxicity of the mattress, but it's not.
And just one last thing I'd like to touch on. We call these distractor certifications. Now, it's not to detract from, the integrity of, let's say, Occiotex or Cotton Australia, but these companies are essentially just giving you a laundry list of other certifications, but it's sort of moot that your fabric material that you're using as a covering is non-toxic if you're still using polyurethane foam that is anchoring the stitches in the quilting or is used as a comfort layer. Yeah.
Some of them might be using, textiles that are more natural, all in good that they're using that, but it's sort of going backwards when they're just stitching those textiles into, again, polyurethane foam, wadding and quilt fill, and then you're going backwards again.
Now, another thing I'd like to talk about quickly is this trope that we're also seeing where companies that are using polyurethane are obtaining certifications to say that their polyurethane is allegedly safe. For example, the CertiPure certification. And does this mean whether, this certification, whether does it actually mean that, we're absolved of using PU foam in mattresses? Does it mean it's 100% safe? Well, let's delve a little bit deeper into this aspect. Firstly, CertiPure is essentially another way of saying certified polyurethane. It's still fundamentally polyurethane and it's still off gases.
It's very clever because when they add the R at the end of PU, they're taking the abbreviation of certified polyurethane, and when it sounds like it's certified pure, but all it's telling you is actually that it's certified polyurethane.
And perhaps even more important than the naming, when you actually look at the testing limits for these various certifications, it actually is quite shocking. Now, I just want to quickly explain this graph that I've made here on the left-hand side. It's essentially got a reading of total volatile organic compound concentration measured in micrograms per cubic meter after 48 hours of testing the sample. So essentially, a small cutting of foam is loaded into a testing chamber, and they measure the concentration of TVOCs that are off-gassing for that time point. Now, this bar here represents polyurethane memory foam, so that's slow recovery material. The middle one represents normal polyurethane. On the right-hand side, that's natural latex of the quality that we've sourced. And for your information, this reading that we've got here is from our own certification when we submitted samples to be tested under the Eco Institute GmbH's Eco certification for non-toxicity. Now, if we look at these lines here that I've added in, these horizontal lines represent the actual limit for what would be considered passable for the CertiPure certification, the Eco Institute certification. And what you can notice is that the CertiPure TVOC level, although it passes, these foam samples pass this level, it's pretty generous, especially considering that we know that polyurethane foam off-gasses the most at the very beginning and then, progressively goes down but still remains high. It's still quite a generous certification, especially if you consider it compared to the Eco Institute certification's limits for TVOCs, which is about 100 lower and at an earlier time point. Also, what is noted here is that on this line, this is the TVOC acceptable limit for the Eco Institute's certification after 2 weeks. Now, just want to give you this heads up that the foam samples that we took these data from in this study would not be likely to pass the Eco Institute's TVOC acceptable limit after 2 weeks because the foam still remains at about the 200 microgram per cubic meter limit very long.
Yeah. To cut to the chase, the key thing to take away from this is that we are not even aware of any foam product in the market that actually passes the Eco Institute test. But that's the bottom line. So, apart from all the testing limits, I don't think there's any foam product that can pass the Eco Institute test.
So to cap off, although that a foam product might pass the certification, if you actually look at this graph here, the VOCs are still there. That's the crux of the issue. They are still there, and it's the quantum of it passing by which should be of concern to us, not whether or not it just passes this arbitrary or determined threshold. So we should be still aiming for the lowest amount of VOCs, and also especially considering that these readings are based on very small samples in a very small testing chamber. A mattress has a lot more foam in it compared to what's actually being sampled. So that also needs to be considered too. This is just an example of, I suppose, the soy mattresses that we're seeing more and more of nowadays. I'll let KG explain this.
Yeah, so I'm just going back to what I said earlier about greenwashing. This is a typical example of 100% polyurethane product, and they're using soy-based foam, but it's still polyurethane. Just like comparing E10 to E91 unleaded, it's still a polyurethane product, but they're trying to greenwash it and call it natural soy when it's it's pretty much polyurethane. Yep.
So how do we fix the issues? How do we have solutions to this problem? Well, let us propose something to you. It's in nature's gift to the comfort and bedding industry.
So we have been using natural latex as the primary source of cushioning in our mattresses since 1957, and we can't go away from it, even though it's been long used. We still can't find a better alternative. It's literally the ultimate cushioning of choice. If you want, unmatched comfort, support, pressure relief, breathability, non-toxicity, and being a natural product, it is the ultimate product.
So it's not it's mechanically made. It's baked like a cake, and these photos just show here the manufacturing process behind it. Yeah.
So unlike foam, where it's actually a vicious reaction between two chemicals to make it foam up as a chemical reaction, there's no chemical reactions in making natural latex foam. It's mechanically made, like making sponge cake.
And this is just to show you that it is, passing the litmus test, if you will, in terms of non-toxicity. 100% natural and organic latex passes the most rigorous or VOC tests with flying colors, especially in comparison to normal padding that's found in mattresses. And it's also a very sustainable material. Because it's so sag resistant, the turnover is less, and therefore environmental wastage is far lower with natural latex products.
So apart from the fact that it's non-toxic, it's also the ultimate mattress in terms of linear support, sag resistance, pressure alleviation. It's just the ultimate mattress in terms of how well it's supporting you and how comfortable it is.
These graphs essentially just show that natural latex, being these two blue lines here, are the only cushioning on the entire market that actually push up with an elastic pushback force proportional to the body weight imparted on it. So in simple terms, it means that it supports you, irrespective of your sleeping position, to keep your spine in the most neutral position, whilst also being very comfortable.
Yeah, and you don't need any sort of zoning or anything of the sort, because it automatically self-compensates and adjusts accordingly to your body shape, irrespective of your weight or size. Yep.
The pressure mapping that you see here on the right just shows you how it works in terms of from a comfort perspective. It evens out pressure along your whole body by conforming to your body shape in the most natural and progressive way, as opposed to stiffer and more firm spring type products that are just using normal foam as toppings here.
Apart from the excellent mechanical properties, it's also one of the most breathable things on the market. And we've done an airflow test here to pump air through normal polyurethane foam, which is the left two, either the poly or the memory foam ones, as opposed to the latex on the left. And see how high the ping pong ball is actually pushing up, because the airflow is going right through it. It has an open porous cell structure, and it's a lot more breathable. The irony about this is that the foam producers and the mattress producers that are having foam in their products are actually perpetuating a lot of misinformation, and they're trying to tell people that latex mattresses are hot, which is actually quite an irony, because it's actually the most breathable thing out.
So the question I suppose you should be asking us is, how do we actually afford to do this, considering that latex costs more to make compared to foam, and to offer it, affordably to consumers and to customers?
So we're essentially avoiding the franchise model, which is, prevalent in about 90% of mattress shops, because there are two extra middlemen in the markup. There's the franchise organization that buys a mattress from a factory, and they mark it up and sell it to the franchisees that take up a mattress franchise, like a Snooze, Winks, or a Bedshed, or a Harvey Norman. And by the time it gets to you, it's going to blow out on the price. So we're not only just making the mattresses ourselves directly, but we also are importing the latex in full 40-foot containers directly from the world's leading and largest producers of natural latex foam. So and that's how we can bring it directly to market at a very affordable price.
One last thing we'd like to show you guys is in terms of selecting the best latex, there's obviously a couple do's and do nots.
So like any other product, there will be always different varying grades of latex. So it's not just a simple matter of getting latex. It's a huge difference in quality levels as well as specifications. This is a typical example of a mattress that's, yes, albeit made of 100% pure latex, but when you read the description, 100% pure latex, most people would wrongly assume that that's 100% pure natural and organic latex. Wrong. This product is predominantly synthetic latex, so you have to be careful as well. There's a few, traps there. Synthetic latex can also be made from a petrochemical synthetic derivative called styrene butadiene rubber, invented by the Germans in World War II when they had shortages of the real stuff coming from rubber trees. So legally speaking, you can still call something pure latex, even though it's blended with synthetic latex, because synthetic latex is still a type of latex in inverted commas. So you have to go beyond just pure latex as a description. It has to be 100% natural, as well as trying to avoid clay or fillers, which are also, sometimes put into a latex product to adulterate the latex. So the point I'm trying to make is not all latex is made equal. Now, assuming that you get past the fact that you're not going to be buying a synthetic blended latex. That being said, even if the product was 100% natural, there's still a great difference in, varying quality levels. And I'll give you this analogy of using red wine. Okay, if you have 2 glasses of red wine, and put next to each other, but one you pour with a basic average $3 bottle of wine, and the other one was actually coming from a fine bin. Now, you might be ticking the boxes and saying, yeah, they're both 100% red wine, and they're both made of organic red wine. But guess what? One tastes pretty average, and the other one tastes, exquisite. So that's exactly the same with natural latex. You can have 100% natural latex, but depending on who you're getting it from, there'll be a huge variance in quality levels.
So to conclude, I suppose, please help us to address this endemic issue that many people are facing. To do so, you need to understand, obviously, how and why current bedding is in the state that it currently is and what is being offered to consumers, and to also be able to identify and shy away from purchasing and using mattresses which incorporate polyurethane foam padding. You can do this to support, and you can just support us by using your expertise as building biologists to help your clients and to choose better and to give them, proper advice on how to have naturally healthy sleep. Would you like to say anything else? Or?
Yeah, we would love to tie up with building biologists. We have current ongoing programs. We call them vendors programs with people within the industry, be it physios or chiropractors. And we'd like to also tie up with people like yourselves, where we have a special trade price for building biologists above and beyond what we sell to consumers. And we also have a referral incentive program as well, which we can tell you more about if you contact us.
Thank you so much for your time. Yes, we're based in Hawthorne. Feel free to contact either KJ or myself. We're happy to give you further information and to give you lots of options and lots of advice and help. And we're so grateful to you, Nicole, for having us today. We were really appreciative of your support. And we were very grateful for your support as being, a long-time customer of ours. Very helpful. Thank you.
Ethan, can you show the picture of us? Why can't we see?
I want to see. Yes, just bear with me. Let me see if I can.
At least the people
we want
that
to
are.
see you.
Bear with
Now, can I just say, you just undersold yourself. Look, I have to say, from my experience, I have never ever slept on anything that is so remarkable. My first thing of gratitude every morning is thank you for my bedding. And I swear to God, that is actually the first thing I wake up to. The quality of sleep has been so profound in both me and my clients. And I think part of sleep disturbances, apart from EMFs, is the bedding, dust mite, but the comfort of that. I think what I want to highlight too is the difference between Talalay, which is synthetic latex, and natural latex is Talalay stinks of rubber. Natural latex, you can barely smell it. And I think that's important when people go into the stores to check it, that, it's completely different material. So as you said, you do have to differentiate between the two. But thank you so much. I've just had, I've referred my brother-in-law recently. He just can't believe he sleeps 4 hours a day, 4 hours a night for 40 years, got your mattress. And by the first night was sleeping 6 hours. Now it's 8 hours, which has never happened in his life. And that's the
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah.
It's extraordinary. It's absolutely extraordinary. And for me, having the mattress for 8 years, it's still as comfortable. There's no sagging. It doesn't need to be aired. And it's the most dust mite resistant mattress you could possibly get. So great for our patients.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Sorry, I can't get the camera to work.
My sincere apologies. We've got a technical glitch. I'm thinking, yep.
Thank you so much, though, for that was an absolutely amazing talk. Refresh definitely my passion for products, and thank you first and foremost for having a safe product that we can refer clients to, because that's a big issue that we have. And I loved everything about your presentation, from the research into greenwashing, certifications. All of it is so relevant. Thank you for doing what you do.
Absolute pleasure.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
We'd
really
love to chat more about the ASBB building biology, like the deal as well. So we'll chat with you about that.
Yes, we'll be very happy to tell you more
All
about
right.
that. Yep. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye for
you.
now.
See
Bye.
ya. Bye. Okay, that was so good. Okay, now we have Lisa Colburn. Hi, Lisa. Lisa's here, I believe. Yes, hello. Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, all good.
Thank you for having
So
me.
thanks for joining us today. We're very, very excited to have you. First of all, haven't thanked you personally yet, but thank you so much for your presentation, PhD findings on Australia's problem of mold affected housing. Love the fact that you put it out there. Personally, that's what I'm seeing in the real world. So I loved seeing that. And sorry that you got some backlash. As Nicole says, this has happened before, and she's like, this is a good thing, and you just like, oh, okay, it's a good thing. But how quickly it got jumped on, everything like that. I agree with Nicole. It's a great thing, and thank you for doing what you've done, and sharing this information for our industry. So Lisa will draw on housing survey data from 154 adult occupants and interviews with 18 mold testing professionals, and she will share key insights on the system experiences, exposure pathways, and the many interrelated factors contributing to dampness and mold in Australian housing. So over to you. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm going to try and share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, you should be able to. Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Sorry, not big tech savvy.
No, that's fine.
Okay, what can you see?
So yeah, I can see Australia's problem of mold affected housing.
Okay, so you've got the screen there. Cool, that's
Yep.
great.
Yep.
Okay, let's see if I can make this work. Okay, so hi. So prior to 2013, I was an interior designer on commercial and residential buildings, and just had my own business, designing healthy buildings and homes, and for people with chemical sensitivity and mold illness. And then I moved into a home around 2013, which had just had Cyclone Oswald go over the top, and I started having respiratory symptoms. And after a little bit of time, a couple of months later, I got bitten by a tick and I got really sick. So I was bedridden from about May that year to about Christmas. But in the May time, I saw a number of doctors and they just talked to me about what this could be. Started treating for Lyme disease and I was reacting to antibiotics. The doctor was a bit bemused by this. We did a urine sample test and we then found out that I was peeing out toxins, and was asked just before Christmas to get someone in to test the house. So by the end of the year, just before Christmas Eve, this was occurring in one of the front bedrooms and my office below. And unbeknown to us, we'd had a water leak in the walls on the ceiling, so you couldn't see it or smell it, but we had quite high levels of mold in this house and were told to leave immediately. This begins my journey of health effects, and it took 5 or 6 years to, sorry, I should go back. It took 5 or 6 years to get my health back. And I remember with the day it came back, my brain suddenly became a sponge and I wanted to learn more. I started off with the building biology course, actually, did a lot of the coursework in there and got to a point and said, we really need some more research in this area. And I sort of went to QUT and said, have this idea for a PhD. I'd like to actually propose to build a mold-free container of some sort. And so started down that journey on a PhD. And one of my supervisors, Lydia Maresca, turned around and she goes, well, we don't know that we have a problem in Australia, or not in the literature anyway. So this went to look at this PhD being, this is about the problem of Australian houses and what the experiences are of occupants in those houses and what's going on. I had a good look at the literature, and we have, from this PhD, 4 papers published, one big PhD who's still got 2 chapters unpublished, which may become a book at some point. And I'm going to walk you through some of those key findings, but there's a lot here to take in. I'll try and go through it as quick as possible. To move forward. Okay. So the first paper, I'll be quite brief on here. I did a literature review on where we are with studies just in Australia, and found out that we had limited coverage on most areas, outside of major cities. So South Australia only had 4% of the studies, NT had none, Queensland only had 2.2% of the studies. And when you looked at those over the period of time, as you can see on the right-hand side, the prevalence of mold-affected housing was quite unclear because different parameters are being measured, i.e. rental houses or non-rental houses, or this there'll be a national study or just a localized study. So it was really hard to gauge the prevalence of that particular point, and we had few studies outside of metropolitan areas. So the next thing we found on here was that there was coming out from more recent studies is the shift was, the studies were saying that there was a shift in more building risks towards building defects, use of air conditioning, building leakages, etc., etc. So and these will happen surface interstational and code compliant houses, but we didn't have all the data prior to this was up to 2004. Then there's this gap, and then after these are looking at the newer homes. So we still didn't get a sort of a realization of what's actually occurring today in our houses outside of new buildings. So for the research findings, I created an online survey for people living in water damaged houses that had the onset of symptoms in that house who identified with some mold-related illness or symptoms. I then and that survey was given out to, I was restricted to a handful of Facebook groups, clinics that specialized in that area, and there was about 19 of those. And in addition to that, a Toxic Mold Support Group Australia. To add to that, I also wanted to interview mold testing professionals around Australia and their views on the causes of dampness and mold. So basically marrying together their lived experience with what professionals are seeing. So the first paper is about the occupants, and that was mainly driven to one research question, was what are the self-reported symptom characteristics at symptom onset? Because a lot of the studies around building symptoms are based when the disease is already manifested, and there's very few about the onset. So out of the 192 occupants that had near enough full survey responses, I had 154 that filled out the first two stages. So it was like the building characteristics to start with, then the health, and then the sort of impacts to life. And from the quantitative questions and qualitative data, I managed to form or get a lot of research out of that, a lot of data out of there. With regards to the symptoms themselves, I wasn't allowed to actually ask quantitative questions of symptoms. So people wrote their symptoms in boxes and I had to go through and analyze that. So from 154 occupants, from 154 dwellings, these are all adults, 50% who had already undertook mold testing in their home. We, as a study, we weren't allowed to ask for that data, but we could ask that they took that testing. The type of mold experience that they had in the house, 80% was visible mold, 76% musty odors, 70% surface condensation, 68% hidden mold. Interestingly on here, only 15% were to do with extreme event flooding and cyclone damage. The majority were just to do with non-events. The average size of mold was bigger than an arm's length. So there's quite a considerable amount of mold going on. So 87% of the group were female. Median symptoms, okay, 7 symptoms per person, but 10% had 20 or more. The majority of these symptoms came on gradual over time. Severity and impact was quite severe for these cohort. We have, like I've got quotes throughout this whole PhD, but this is from a gentleman. After getting my ceiling and running the TV cable and seeing the mold, a week later the seizure started. Then I lost my truck license, which was my career. I had to sell my truck, go onto the pension, and battle depression and anxiety and suicidal tendencies ever since. So there were severe impacts on many levels to this cohort. So when we laid out the symptoms across all these qualitative questions, brain fog and fatigue were the 2 most common symptoms reported. And then the rest were across multiple symptoms. When we analysed this data, we actually laid it out similar to, at the time, long COVID framework so that we could actually position symptom to symptom groups. And we also found that I looked at within these papers, I looked at were there common groups of symptoms, and there wasn't. There was a lot of variability between the clusters of symptoms and also the symptom groups. So within these papers, there's a hell of a lot more detail than what I'm saying at the moment, but the symptoms here were far broader than we expected. Brain fog and fatigue were the two leading symptoms, and there was quite a major breadth of combinations of symptoms. So the additional health effects at symptom onset were also written: asthma, respiratory, recurrent. Excuse me a minute, Ian. Sorry, I've got a fridge being arriving right now. Can you put her in the bathroom? My dog's running around, so I do apologise. Timing. So respiratory, recurrent infections, food sensitivities, multiple chemical sensitivities, also light, skin, temperatures, noise, EHS, reactive to people and places, medication, drug sensitivities. So the symptom duration, the majority of these occupants, it was 80% roughly, would have the onset of these symptoms after 2 years or more. Most of these people had moved out of their house but still had long-lasting symptoms. Now, interestingly, even though 94% had reported their symptoms to a doctor, 44.8% did not have a medical diagnosis for their building-related symptoms. And when there was a diagnosis, at least a third of this group had SIRS SIRS-type illness as a diagnosis. So what we also found from here, apart from there was a lot of long-lasting symptoms after people had moved out of these houses, the people were also being exposed within had symptoms onset between 1 and 6 days. So basically, you've got long-lasting symptoms potentially for long exposure and short exposure, and the severity and the quality of life impacts were quite severe. I've done further research into beyond the data that I've got here for my PhD, and up to about 30% are at 22% were actually homeless. Even though this wasn't part of my actual PhD findings, but yeah, there's severe impacts from this. So for paper 3, I wanted to understand, what do people perceive their exposures to be triggered by? Was it, wetness, dryness? So there was basically, how did these symptoms come around? And this paper looks at it from 2 perspectives: is when, what, and how. Again, in mixed methods, there is quantitative data in here, quotes, as well as some quantitative analysis. So in the same cohort, 154 out of these 192 people, the onset of symptoms, the majority said it was either mold or wet and damp. Interestingly, though, only 5% mentioned mold odours for the onset of symptoms. 76% also reported musty odours, but they didn't say that that was the cause of their symptoms. 4% attributed to building flood, 3% water under their home, 3% flood damaged contents. The triggering of symptoms was interesting. So the later triggering of these symptoms would 22%, and then other mouldy buildings, mold odours, people with chemicals and things like that. I'll just go further. The most interesting thing I found from this particular analysis and bringing the quantitative and the qualitative together was that the majority for the symptom onset, even though it was mold, had wet conditions. So the 2 diagrams here on the left and the right, you can see the pink, the extra sensitivities increase for symptom triggers, so later down the line. But at the beginning, wet, damp environments seem to play a larger role in their perceptions of the onset of their symptoms. So wet, damp, so wet mold conditions reduced for triggers, but increased for the onset. Chemical-based situation increased their triggering of symptoms later on. Musty odours remained the same, which was interesting. So I asked, how did these symptoms come around? And these are all the situations that across the group that they spoke to. It's cleaning mold, household cleaning, more time than usual in the home, returning home after the home is closed up, and a weather event, moving into a home, going into a loft space with water leaks, being close to the mold or sleeping closer, sleeping above the mold, being downwind of mold. When mold appears or gets worse, repairs, remediation damages to the home, accidental damages in building works, disturbing mold, new or more moisture in or around the house. These were some of those events that these occupants described for the onset of their symptoms. I'm going to put some of these quotes in. I won't go through them all, but from these, just which one should moving into a damp and mold. I could smell the mold before we moved in the newly built house. I joked the house was making us sick for the first few years. The mold was hidden under bathtubs, under tiles, under floorboards, with cabinets and with the cabinet lining. But also when things have been repaired, so staying in a home while the inspections were on, opening mold walls without any air purification or protection, builders using chemicals or mold and spray paint, making mold even more toxic. So the role we have in assessment and remediation and repairs and being able to protect those occupants is really crucial. So I sort of say here. So that paper calls for regulation standards and safe work practices for repairs, works, and remediation for safety of everyone. Chemical-free remediation. There was a few that mentioned that going forward after the remediation, they'd done fogging, that then they had multiple chemical sensitivities. And no mold rules needed for housing and occupant regulations and how we really get rid of that mold. And disclosure of water damage and mold history prior to lease or sale. So this is really a huge chunk in the PhD that's not completely disseminated at this moment in time. But basically the common causes of indoor dampness and mold. Here we have joined the views from the similar questions are asked from the experts and from the occupants across the study. And this was analysed in a couple of different ways, content analysis, thematic analysis. And there's a lot still in my PhD document at the moment, but one of the papers, the first off the cab, is the field practitioners' views. So from the occupants' perspectives, we did ask them at this point, now we're looking at the broader group of 192 occupants, what were the causes of causes of water leaks? The majority came from roof leak, which was 35%, and then the rest came from condensation. So in a room, in the roof, construction defects were high up there at 20, failed waterproof membrane, plumbing leaks from walls, plumbing leaks from fixtures. I mean, 30% of the home, over 30 reported a source of moisture before they moved into the house. And that's pretty, full on. The less common in this group was the extreme events. And this data, I should have mentioned, was gathered in 2021. So this is prior to all the subsequent events that we've had over time. So that would definitely shift if this survey was done again. So 4.2% were indoor accidental incidents. So really we're looking at that building envelope. And interestingly, on the right-hand side, those round circles are showing where their building characteristics were. Now, further analysis would have actually gone in to see what the risk factors were, but we just didn't get over the numbers that we needed to do that quantitative analysis. So, I'm looking at this now, and it's box gutters and valley gutters were the most prominent roof feature. Rentals were high in this group as expected. We're talking about brick veneer, one wall of bricks, double brick as being the majority, and foundation types, concrete slab. So from the perspectives of, so from the group for the experts, multis and professionals, we had to go out to, as a requirement of the PhD, we had to go out to people who had a form of qualification for this area. And we, looking across the parliamentary inquiry and then looking at the people, which is occupational hygienists, IEPs, field biologists, and anyone else, microbiologists in that space. So everyone who was in this group had to have been working for 3 years or more, have some form of qualification, and be specifically for residential buildings. And for this group, we went out to 26 people were initially invited, and 18 agreed to be in the study. So we had a good mix between male and women and men. Professional backgrounds, the majority were mycologists, microbiologists, building biologists, but also equally 30% were the IEPs and IEQs. Industry training, 50% had some form of industry training. A mold testing technician was 30% of the group. What else? So the main reason, I did ask the main reasons people came to have the home tested in the first place. 50% was for health reasons or to make the home healthier. 50% were to do with clarification of the extent of water and mold damages. 30% in here were engaged by the insurance and restoration process. So we had incorporated people from the insurance domain. Surprisingly, only 2 came from client referral by doctors and 1 pre-purchase inspection. But we did have like many people from different states and territories, so that there was a balance there. So this is a bit overwhelming, but when I went through that data, it took a long time. The picture on the left is the 9 themes that came out that across the group of both these groups. The right-hand side is a little bit more detail about the causes. And in the chapters that are in my PhD, it goes into full depth about those causes of what people explain as the failures in the building or the failures of occupant use. But what came out from here, there was direct factors and there were indirect factors. The direct factors were climate change reasons, microclimate reasons, building leakages and envelope reasons, excess condensation, lack of ventilation. The underlying factors came through from hidden moisture and hidden mold, poor quality in the supply chain, vulnerability in poor building design, unclean, unmaintained, unrepaired, unremediated, unregulated industry, occupants not taught. So they are like the top of these reasons. And below those, there are multiple reasons in detail in both of those cohort groups on these causes. I also looked at, did everyone agree? And understandably, the agreement on the table on the right was the professionals were in agreement with a lot of things there. When it came to the occupants not taught, they're not going to know that one. And what else was it? Occupant behaviours. So it was interesting that I expected there to be that with differences in the group, but mainly they were singing from the same page. So the last paper that's gone out, which was the first paper or the cab off the rank for the causes of mold and dampness in Australian housing, was the Field Practitioner's Prospectus and Challenges of Practice that Hinder Effective Mold Assessment and Remediation of Australian Residential. From that portion of the underlying factors, 3 key themes came out in their sub-themes, which is on the left, and that's hidden moisture, hidden mold, microscopic contamination, the unregulated mold industry, unrepaired, unremediated buildings. There, in that paper, there's a lot of conversations and quotes about nuanced things within that area. But as you can see, there was quite high agreement on some of those. I can read these quotes out, but like hidden mold, because mostly it's in cavities, subfloors, and roof cavities and covers. And sometimes these are places we don't access very often. Unregulated mold industry. I just find that there's a lot of inadequacies, remediation companies out there that don't necessarily clean because it's not a regulated industry. So if I was redundant and I can go on a course, I've never done anything to do with mold before. I don't understand how it grows, don't understand what conditions is, and it just go on and advertise on a mold media thing and start getting work. And then go into something which really did surprise me was a quote regarding unrepaired and unremediated buildings. And that's in Townsville, they couldn't get non-moldy gyprock because there was no moldy gyprock. There was no more gyprock. So they used moldy gyprock. You're doing a mold remediation, you put in moldy gyprock in. Also from that paper, I did analyze general sort of public health guidelines were in that space for all states and territories, and there are differences in there, and as well as the results from this study and how the mold environmental area is governed compared to other environmental conditions. So there is a lot packed in there. But from some of the professionals, I sort of did a summary for general housing remediation and for flood impacted properties. Some of the things that occurred, whether it's insurance or non-insurance, some of these results are for non-insurance and some are for insurance work. Under scoping of remediation works, addressing one room but not adjoining impacted rooms or materials, drying only the top layer of wet materials inadequately or dry materials, rebuilding it with mold contaminated materials, lack of adequate containment, lack of addressing an aerosolized contamination. And for the public health and messaging component, we recommended that these recommended on the right, but we really need to be up to speed with a consistent approach across all states and territories, but also we do now have an Australian standard that could then parallel with what the public messaging guidelines are actually current. So we call in this paper for like improvement in public health messaging, centralized education and clear information. Also, sort of embrace that hard to see mold, hidden mold and moisture was common in these built dwellings, whether they were insurance jobs or not. PRVs followed by potentially clearance testing prior to occupancy is being adopted by some people at the moment, and it may be something as a future step going forward, but it would be interesting to see results between following standards, not following standards, or following standards and then doing plus something else like clearance testing. And government regulations, the paper came out just about the same time as the Australian standards finally come out for mold testing professionals, which is great. But so yeah, it came out before then. We didn't have it before, certainly when the data was being collected. So really, we're sort of calling in that paper for better education and checking for that hidden mold and moisture, accountability, and better assessment and standardization of remediation with quality control measures that hopefully would increase the protection of occupants from indoor mold and exposure in housing. Well, that gets me to the end, and I can't believe it's 25 minutes already. But there's 4 papers there. Please reach out. They're all open access. And the actual PhD at the moment is under embargo, but it's released in May.
Amazing. That is great information. Thank you so much for sharing that. Does anyone have any questions?
Look, just thank you so much for dedicating your life into this very controversial industry and putting the effort in there. It's just extraordinary. Really applaud you for that, because it's not easy doing research. And there's a whole other backstory, because you and I know each other well, in relation to our challenges being at a tertiary institution, and what we wanted to do and what we could do was quite different, but that's for another meeting, I think. And the challenges of that, and having such a strong personal story to it as well. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Look, if there are any questions after, look, each of those papers are like 10,000 words each, but there's so much detail in them. I'm not expecting people to read them, but even when I went back, I struggled to remember what's in them. But there's like, for exposure history, there may be some nuggets in there, or you've already got those in your exposure history surveys. But you know, that experience, the exposure history is really important, I think, as we know.
Yeah.
But and going before that as well, they're like moving from building to building and what happened before. From the other end of it, from the professional perspectives, like most people are speaking from the same page, and when you married those to the occupants, it's still the same page. So when you've had some health impacts, those experts or people who think small testing professionals or building biologists, the occupant also, assuming that they've got the knowledge from their house, or they might be the owner, also become an expert in understanding how their home moves, shifts, or doesn't throughout the seasons. And even asking into season the changes. I remember there's some data in there that specifically things changed in that person when they went into winter or when they were coming out from winter. You know, there's so much information out there in regards to that lived experience as clues, I think, anyway.
I think you hit a really important point, which is a thread throughout this entire AGM so far, is the exposure history. Nick talked about to the point where do we even do the testing early on? I did it through the case studies, and you've just re-evaluated that. And what extraordinary about that is that no one does it except our industry in terms of taking the exposure history of clients, because in insurance, they're not allowed to. If they did, they'll lose their job and they won't get any more insurance work. So I find it extraordinary that the industry could even have a backlash when they're not even asking the most important clinical tool, which is the exposure history to assess risk. So to me, it just really evaluates the importance of doing that. And certainly that was the outcome of my research with the top environmental doctors. It was never one test, it was the exposure history, which they didn't learn in medicine. So fabulous. Thank you so much.
Yes, fabulous, Lisa. You are fabulous. And if you need any support from building biologists, we're here. And if you can give us the best way for us to access those papers that you were talking about.
Email me, I think. Should I just put them in the should I just put my email
On the message? Yeah, can you put them in the messages? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll do that in a second. There's also,
right.
Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. And I love the theme. Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, now we are over to Jess Kismet from Climasure. She is the technical manager and she will be speaking to us today about building for better energy efficiency, moisture management, and building health. As many of us know on the field, we're seeing lots of energy efficient buildings, highly contaminated throughout with no visible mold and sometimes no water damage detected, hidden water damage. So it's a very interesting conversation for us about energy efficiency and building health. So over to you, Jess. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hello. How are you?
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Nicole. How you doing? Hey, everyone.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Hello, everybody. I don't know if does anybody, has there been any like bios or anything put out about me and what my background is?
Yeah, yes, about Climasure and your building science background.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of a background.
Yes.
So my name is Jess. I work in Adelaide for a company called Climasure, which is attached to a building company who builds certified passive houses. So my job is to essentially, or energy efficient and certified passive houses. For those of you who don't know, passive house is a German framework for highly energy efficient, healthy homes. It has a lot of crosses its T's and dots its I's in a way that the building code doesn't, in terms of certifying that the building has actually been built the way it was supposed to be built and to a very high level. So the building company that is attached to Climasure does that, and they build highly energy efficient homes. My background was in building code compliance, and it took me not very long to realize how insufficient the building code is in terms of creating energy efficient, healthy homes. They keep improving things in the building code to make homes more energy efficient. And that has unintended consequences if you're not aware of how to mitigate the risks of those changes. So the presentation I'm going to make today is actually, I did write a presentation specifically for this audience. And then I thought that actually the better way to go about explaining what I want to get across is actually to give you the presentation that I give to builders who are trying to learn how to build better. So the presentation I've got is actually aimed at builders, but it's going to give you a really good idea of the things that need to be done in order to change a bog standard building into a healthy building. So from there, I will share my screen.
You should be able to share your screen, yes.
Yeah, I think I just... So I'm not going to be able... You're going to see yourselves, and then I'm going to put my presentation up. I can't see anyone. All I can see is my screen. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that is a good start.
Yeah, can you make it full screen? Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, so the question I'm sort of answering is, can an energy efficient building be healthy? Now, the spoiler is, yes, it can. You just have to know how. So we're going to go through this content here. So today's topics, we're going to be talking about air tightness, below door testing, condensation, moisture management and membranes, ventilation, mold illness, which you are already all across. And then I do have some slides about passive house. So we'll try and get through this as quickly as we can. So air tightness, you might have been hearing about air tightness in new buildings as a way to improve energy efficiency. We all want to reduce our energy bills. We want to reduce our CO2 emissions and our draw from the grid and whatnot. And so to improve that in buildings, the sort of building code and all its wisdom said, well, let's start to improve air tightness. So it's not mandatory yet in Australia, but just by default of the way windows are improving and the way construction methodologies are improving over the years, buildings are by default getting more airtight. So in order to mitigate the risks of building airtight, you have to then ventilate. So you might have heard the little ditty that I repeat all the time, which is build tight, ventilate right. It's something that we try and teach builders because there's a lot of fear around air tightness and all the things that, all of those unintended consequences. And it's just a matter of understanding how you are changing the thermodynamics of a building envelope. Once you start to trap air inside a building, you also trap heat, you trap CO2, you trap particulate matter, you're trapping things inside a building envelope. So you have to also know how to reduce those things. You're also trapping humidity. That's not really a relevant slide to you guys. So here's some videos of some blower door testing that I have done. When we do a blower door test, which is how we test the air tightness of a building envelope, if you can see, I can flash up this picture here. Those fans that were in the background of that slide there, that's what we put in the doorway of a building envelope, and we turn the fan on, we depressurize the building, and we suck all the air out of the building. And when that's happening, because we're creating a negative pressure inside the building, it sucks air in all the gaps and cracks that shouldn't be there. So anything where there's like a window opening or a door or a plumbing, electrical, anywhere there's a junction that's not an openable, sort of like an actual area of an openable door or window, those should not technically be leaking air. But because of carelessness on site during construction, there's often lots of holes left in building envelopes that shouldn't be there. So I've got some videos here of what they might look like. So this is a timber floor, excuse me, of an existing, like an old bungalow style home. And through all of these air leaks, we are bringing in the outside environment. So we're bringing in dust, pollen, moisture, all those sorts of things. So what I try and teach builders to do is how to find those leaks and how to seal them up. And we also go around with a thermal camera, which is a really interesting educational tool for builders, because we are finding air leaks with the thermal camera because there's a temperature difference. We're bringing in cold air or warm air from outside, and there's a temperature difference. So we can actually visually see where the building envelope is being compromised with outdoor air and outdoor temperatures. So this is an example of how we do that. And the reason that this sort of thing is important, for example, here, is not only are we losing heat through uninsulated areas in the building envelope, this is a cold area. So that area is where you're going to get a higher condensation risk and a higher mold risk. So this is what we want. We want completely covered insulation, and we want so this is an exhaust fan in a bathroom under negative pressure. So this means that if if the bathroom exhaust fan, one really big area of air leakage in a typical building envelope is the exhaust fans in the bathrooms. And this means that all the sort of uncomfortable air from the roof space can easily get down into the conditioned area. And all the dust and things from in the roof space can get down into conditioned area as well. So air tightness is essentially about separating the outdoor environment from the indoor environment and being able to control the indoor environment. And so if you've got air sealing around your exhaust fan and around your air leakage points, then you've got much more control over air movement and heat movement between outside and inside. And this matters because with air comes moisture. So here's a slide about blower door testing. The reason we do it is it quantifies the amount of air a building envelope allows to move through it and gives really important information to the builder and homeowner about how to ventilate correctly. So about 25% of heat loss in a lot of building envelopes is caused by air leakage. And they also allow rodents and pests into the home. Like I get ants and silverfish and all sorts of things in my house because it's not airtight. So as I said, it's about separating outdoors from indoors. And the only way we know how airtight a building is by testing it. The same way you guys will go into a house and test for mold spores, you'll test for moisture. You can't control what you can't measure, what you don't measure. So we're measuring air tightness as a way of controlling air movement, moisture movement, and heat movement through a building envelope. So without doing something like a blower door test, it's really hard. So all these builders who are building volume homes or building code compliant, minimum compliance homes, very few of them are doing blower door tests, which means they don't understand how their building envelope, how the envelopes that they are building are operating. And there's this notion in Australia that, oh, we have a mild climate, we don't really need to worry about that because it doesn't snow in most parts of Australia. We don't need to worry about air tightness and energy efficiency. Well, heat, air, and moisture are everywhere on the planet, whether you're in the Sahara or whether you're in the Antarctic. You're in Antarctica, heat, air, and moisture are everywhere. They apply pressure on building envelopes in different ways, and it all needs to be managed, regardless of where you are in the world. So a blower door test it's the easiest, simplest, cheapest way to actually get a number on how a building envelope is operating, where the moisture might be coming in terms of air leakage, or it getting into what's called interstitial spaces inside the walls and inside the roof, and where that could be condensating and causing a moisture issue inside spaces that we can't see. Because as you said, Kelly, in the intro, a lot of mold you can't see, and the houses that are being built are getting issues inside the walls and the roof spaces. And air leakage is a huge contributing factor to that. This is just an image off of the yourhome.gov.au website, which indicates this is a sort of an older home with a chimney and a timber raised floor, but the same thing applies really to a lot of modern houses. Anywhere there is a penetration or a junction is an opportunity for air leakage, and a blower door test will identify all of these quite easily. I've tested a number of older houses where I couldn't figure out where the air leakage was coming from. It's got a higher score than I anticipated. And then I'd knelt down and put my hands on the timber floor and realized that the entire timber floor was leaking like an air hockey table. And with that comes dust and moisture. So these two numbers here are what I want you to focus on. So just over 10 years ago, the CSIRO did some research into air tightness in Australian homes. And they discovered the average air tightness score in Australia of a home that was no more than 4 years old that had had no air tightness consulting or assistance during construction. So your bog standard Australian home, the average air tightness was 15.4 air changes per hour. That research was repeated just over a year ago, a couple of years ago. It was done again I did some of the testing for this lot of research, and that score had less than half for residential homes. So what I said at the beginning about energy efficiency and air tightness increasing, in 10 years, the average score in Australia had decreased by more than half. So we are trapping, we're more energy efficient, we're losing less air out of our building envelopes, but we are trapping more contaminants and moisture inside our homes. At this level, it's not really serious. At this level of air tightness, 6 or 7 air changes, depending on your climate and depending on where your humidity is. But if the trend continues, we keep going on this downward trajectory, then we start to get into lower levels of air tightness, and the unintended consequences can get progressively more serious. So we all breathe, shower, bathe, wash, cook inside our homes. And all of this moisture, all of this, we produce about 10, a family of 4 can produce about 10 kilos of water vapor in a day. So that's got to go somewhere. Cold spots equals mold spots. So the first little saying that I mentioned was build tight, ventilate right. The second one is cold spots equals mold spots. A cold spot is essentially a thermal bridge. So anywhere, so same as when you're getting a Coke can or a beer can out of the fridge or a bottle of wine, as soon as that cold surface comes into contact with the more warm, humid air in our living spaces, condensation happens on the outside of that cold surface. And the same thing is happening inside our homes. And the more concerning thing is not when it's visible like this, it's when it's happening inside the roof and inside the walls. And this happens in cold areas. So the coldest surfaces in a home are going to be the more highly conductive surfaces like aluminium framed windows or steel. A lot, especially modern homes, have got a lot of steel. They've got large windows, big spans, big open areas, and they've got steel inside the structure to hold it all up. And those surfaces can get, in winter, in places like Adelaide, Victoria, Tasmania, and the colder climates, those surfaces can get very cold. And if there's any warm, humid air that's getting into those interstitial cavities from inside the home, because we're all breathing, cooking, bathing, that, and through the penetrations in the plasterboard, there's air that's getting into those interstitial spaces, warm, humid air, then those colder surfaces can condensate. And then if that wetting happens on a repeated basis, then that's when we are getting some mold issues as a direct result of the moisture being created through thermal bridging and condensation. So we use a lot of highly conductive materials in our buildings. Aluminium and steel are the two most thermally conductive, aside from copper. Steel is 384 times more thermally conductive than timber, and aluminium is 8 times again more thermally conductive than steel. So we're using a lot of highly conductive materials in our buildings, in our lower sort of level homes, rather not a high performing home, because the high performing homes usually have got insulation around their steel. So the way we mitigate the risk of these cold surfaces is we either don't use them, we don't use aluminium windows that can condensate on the surface and then drip onto our windowsills, and we don't use steel, or if we don't have an option, we have to use steel, we insulate it with a foam, a rigid foam. So this is an example of an architectural detail that gets, all of this stuff needs to be planned during design. Because if you have an example like this one, we had this client give us a call. They had this steel column here, and the client said, "Oh no, it's not insulated. My builder hasn't thought about insulating this steel." And by this stage, it hadn't been planned into the design phase. And insulation obviously takes up space. That's depending on the thickness of your insulation, you're losing 40, 50, 60, 80, 100 millimeters in that wall. So it hadn't been designed into the build, and that meant that they actually didn't have much opportunity to put insulation in at this construction stage because the windows wouldn't fit if they added in insulation. So in order to mitigate the risk of condensation happening on cold surfaces, it's pretty easy to do, but you just have to think ahead of time, and you have to think about how you're going to keep your cold surfaces warm, making your insulation as continuous as possible and insulating steel. This is another example of an architectural detail of a steel beam. And again, simple, you just have to put some insulation on the outside. So if you're driving around and you see steel built, like steel frame homes, for example, in cold climates, are a huge energy sink. They absorb a lot of the heated and cooled air inside a building. They're transporting that air outside of the building quite quickly, and they cool down to a point where they could be condensating behind the plasterboard and you don't know about it. So steel is a great building product, but the temperature of it needs to be managed. So a steel frame building, steel has become really, really popular particularly since COVID. It's cheaper. It's termite resistant. It's pretty popular up in the northern states where there's a lot of termites, but you do just have to control the temperature of it. And like I said, it's fairly easy to do. There's a couple of other drawings. The yellow stuff is the insulation, if I didn't explain that properly. Another thing that is happening inside building envelopes at the moment is the membranes. So the membranes are a very important part of managing moisture inside the interstitial, inside the wall cavities and the roof cavities, because what's been used up until the 2019 building code, so the building code changes now every 3 years, up until the 2019 version of the building code, just the aluminium foils were being used to wrap around timber frames. And that's a problem because vapor can't transport through aluminium foil. So there was vapor issues happening inside walls, and it was getting stuck on the backside of the foil and creating a condensation issue and wetting the timber and wetting the insulation. So in the colder climates, so this is a climate zone map of Australia. As you'll be aware, it's hot up north and it's cold down south. So it's broken up into 8 different categories. Basically, this entire lower half of the country, from this light yellow down, all have to use vapor permeable membranes on the outside of their timber frames now. And that is to allow the vapor pressure that builds up inside from cooking, breathing, cleaning, washing to travel through the gaps and cracks in the plasterboard if they are there, and then escape out of the membrane and dry. Because it doesn't matter how wet a building gets, as long as it can dry quickly. Because as you all know, mold spores start to germinate within 48 hours of moisture being present. So we can get things wet as long as they can dry. And so this vapor permeability of this external membrane layer it's now a requirement that it must allow vapor to escape in colder climates. In the warmer climates, there's currently no mandated, so up in the top half of the country where it's hot and humid, there is currently no mandated requirement, but their vapor is outside the building. Their humidity, their 80-90% relative humidity, is outside trying to get in because they're air conditioned on the inside, they're warm and hot on the outside. So what's called vapor drive is going in the opposite direction. It's trying to come inside from outside. Whereas in the cooler climates, it's trying to get outside from inside. So, as I said, heat, air, and moisture is everywhere. We just have to understand where the pressure is and how to control it. So this has been a really important change in the building code. But the problem with this is that the communication is quite slow. So getting this information out to builders, getting them to understand the difference between a class 1, 2, 3, or 4 membrane, what's vapor permeable, what's not, what they can use, what's not, what's in the code, what's not. Getting that information out to them is quite slow. And so it's possible that we will have builders selecting the wrong membranes, putting them on a house in the wrong climate zone, and then trapping moisture and being held liable for it once mold starts to appear inside the walls in, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, sometimes quicker. Another massive issue with mold in construction, which is another thing that these membranes can prevent, is timber frames getting wet during construction. And I'm sure I heard you speaking, the previous speaker, talking about using moldy plasterboard to repair, to do a mold remediation. Moldy timbers rock up on site fairly regularly. Carpenters will just use them because they're there. Sometimes I know some carpenters and builders who will send moldy packs of timber back to the supplier, but not a lot will do that. Not a lot are switched on enough to know that that's even a problem. It also costs them time and potentially money to get that rectified. So they don't all do it, some do. This particular project is actually in South Australia. It's on one of our main arterial roads from the city to the beach. There's 10 townhouses. The builder went broke, and this project was left out in the rain for 2 or 3 winters. And the entire thing is black with mold. And I've heard of so many projects like this since I raised this on my social media. I've heard of so many projects where this has been a similar issue. 25 to 30% of us are affected by mold illness. There is 10 townhouses here. 2 to 3 families that move into this development are going to potentially, someone's going to potentially be quite sick. And it upsets me greatly to think about that. And, you know, so many council members and building certifiers and politicians would have driven past this, and there's no one that says this building, this development needs to be ripped down. There's nothing that says this is not fit for habitation. It's quite scary. And structurally, maybe someone checked this structurally to make sure it wasn't going to, I don't know, fall over. I guess someone had an engineer look over it. But there's been I don't believe there's been any thought put into how the health of the people who move into these buildings is going to potentially be affected. And in order to mitigate risk like this, you can see here the membrane. I don't know if you can see, if you just kind of look where my mouse is pointing, they've used a foil membrane on this building, and because it was left out in the weather, that membrane is foil for one, so it's not appropriate for our climate anymore. I believe this might have been constructed before it was a requirement, and it's been left out in the rain for so long. Like, the project has been around for so long that the code has changed in the meantime. It's not an appropriate membrane product in the first place, and it's also ripped to shreds. So it's not, the purpose of this membrane is to actually stop weather from getting to the structure, to stop it from getting wet, to allow it to dry. It's a big flashing across the whole building, and it allows the building to dry during the habitation, during the life of the building. And this is just an epic failure on that front. If this builder had wrapped this project in an appropriate membrane with appropriate tapes, and kept the weather off this project, then this issue, the thing that is completely covered in mold, would not have happened, and the people moving into these houses would have a much better outlook if they are sensitive to biotoxins. So this particular project, yeah, it's nearly finished. I drive past it every now and then. It's taken forever to finish, but there are people sort of going to be living in it shortly. This is something else that we teach builders, is about once the vapor gets out of the membrane, it also has to be able to dry through this vented cavity. So direct stick cladding onto the membrane is trapping moisture between the membrane and the cladding. So you want to decouple the cladding. The cladding is not protecting the building from rain. This membrane is doing all of that work. This membrane is hidden behind the cladding. You don't see it. It's an expense that you don't see, but it is so important to the performance of a healthy building. It's getting this layer, this control layer, right. And a lot of builders aren't getting it right. They're doing this sort of stuff, and there's wrap just hanging off of buildings. Buildings are getting wet and they're being insulated and clad before they're dry. Mechanical heat recovery ventilation. So ventilating, so you build an airtight building at some point in the airtightness scale, because it's not really airtight and not airtight. There's kind of like a scale between 0 and 30 or 40 air changes. And all houses will fit somewhere in that band. The very airtight homes are down under 1 air change per hour, and very leaky homes are up above 10 to 15. Anything between sort of 10 and 1 is where most Australian houses will kind of sit. Once you get down below 3 air changes per hour-ish, that's when you get to the point where the envelope is not moving enough air in and out of the gaps and cracks that shouldn't be there through the penetrations and things. There's not moving enough air to mitigate the carbon dioxide and the moisture risks and the particulate matter risks and all that sort of thing. So that's when you start to introduce mechanical ventilation. So it's like the lungs of the building. This is a heat exchanger that sits inside the building, and there's ducting, kind of like air conditioning ducting, and it brings fresh air into the house. It extracts stale air from all the wet areas, and it will deposit some of the heat from inside the house into the incoming air for like a winter climate, for example. And in summer, it does the opposite. So basically what it's doing is it's allowing fresh air into the house without, if you open the window, you're losing all of your conditioned air straight out of your opening. So a mechanical ventilation system is bringing fresh air in, filtering it, and replacing heat into that fresh incoming air in an energy efficient way. These things run off of like the cost of a light bulb a year. They're very, very low energy, and they allow fresh air to come into the house without losing your conditioned air through an open window. You, of course, can open up your doors and windows in an airtight building. Even if you have mechanical heat recovery ventilation system, you still can open up your doors and windows if you want to. There's nothing stopping you from getting that fresh air from outside. Or if you want just the outdoor environment, you want to hear the birds, you want all of that sort of thing, you can still open up an energy efficient, higher performing, above building code home. You can still open it all up and flush it all out with outdoor air if you want to. The point of all of this is separating outdoors from indoors so you can control it if you want to without bad knock-on effects, without those unintended consequences of high CO2, high particulate matter, high humidity, high VOCs. And if you don't have a heat recovery ventilation system, if you don't have a mechanical ventilation system, that's okay. What we recommend, even in airtight buildings, or especially in airtight buildings, is to put monitors in. So, your Aranets or your Yoo-hoos, or just your hygrometer from Bunnings, just to monitor your indoor relative humidity and maybe CO2 at least, so that when those numbers start to creep up, you can open the windows and you've got data, because you can't control what you don't measure. So if you're measuring humidity and measuring carbon dioxide, you can open up your house as needed, flush it all out, and then close it back up again. I guess the only time that's a problem is if it's really hot, really cold, really dusty, really smoky, really noisy, all those sorts of things outside, all of those things you want to keep outside. If you are relying on the natural ventilation through your doors and windows, then you're bringing all of that inside. So we're all pretty used to that. Most of us won't have mechanical heat recovery ventilation systems in our houses. But as you start to creep up in that level of energy efficiency and the really good insulation, the really good windows, no thermal bridging, all that sort of thing, you put so much effort into separating your outdoors from your indoors. And the mechanical heat recovery ventilation allows you to optimize that. I won't go into CERS because you all know what that is. And yeah, this is just an additional slide. All of these moisture failures, all of this healthy home stuff, mold, it's all very, very predictable in all building envelopes. And we're not just talking about condensation here, we're talking about like slab moisture. we're talking about the moisture in the timber, everything. Like in the first year of a home, that is when all of the moisture is coming out of all of the materials. So I have a colleague who has just built a certified passive house. And he's saying that his humidity's been up around 70%. His relative humidity's been up around 70% for most of the time. And he's got a mechanical heat recovery ventilation system in his house. So that humidity, like he's getting fresh, cool air, he's extracting his moist air, but he's still having high humidity issues. And it's the first year of occupation. So all of his materials are still drying. And so that's to be expected. But most of these moisture issues come from not thinking about moisture control, vapor control, heat control, water control during design and construction. There are some behaviors of an occupant that can increase risks, like not opening windows, for example. Some people don't like to open up their windows, or they keep things closed up, or they have lots of clutter and cupboards that have lots of stuff in them, and humid air gets trapped behind beds and things like that when there's lots of clutter. But I think as designers and design and construct professionals, we kind of have to think about how people are going to be living in their homes and try to design out those risks. And one of the best ways to do that is by talking to them about air tightness, ventilation, and the way they're going to live, clutter, opening windows, all that sort of thing. It's about designing out the risks, and bridging that gap between the health of the building and how it's designed and built. I think there's just not enough focus on the end game, the end result, the experience of the occupants in the home. There's a lot more and I've heard even clients say this. I didn't think about how it's going to feel. They think about the finishes, because all of these things, like the membranes, the heat recovery ventilation system, all of this, it does come at a premium. And when the building code is not mandating it, then a lot of people don't think it's necessary because they don't understand how buildings actually work. And once you start explaining it all to them, they start to get it. But if the builder, not all builders are the same, not all architects are the same. They have very varying levels of integrity, skill, experience, learning. And so it's very much about getting to know, partnering up with the right people at design and construct stage in order to optimize outcomes. Just to give you an example of how insulation looks when it's really, really well installed. I don't know if many of you go to many building sites as such, but I've been to many where the insulation is bunched, scrunched, there's big holes. We want to make sure that insulation is as continuous as possible, because if insulation is not continuous, if we have, if this little piece here wasn't in there, then that's not only a highway for heat and moisture, it's going to be cold. You're going to create cold surfaces when you don't insulate properly, which is a higher risk of condensation. So just a few construction photos of membrane install. This is really directed at builders more. This is what a heat recovery ventilation system looks like when it's installed. This is some of the ducting, just to show you a bit of a visual. And it's installed below the insulation because it's to be kept warm for efficiency. A lot of air conditioning ducting is installed above the insulation in a roof space where it's hot or cold, and that ducting is then influenced by the temperatures up there. So this ducting is all installed below the insulation. 40% of all new homes and apartments experience mold, in my experience, and I'm sure in your experience, we believe, I believe that it's a lot more than 40% of new houses, and 25 to 30% of the people living in those houses are impacted by mold illness. So I try to teach the builders that I work with that their knowledge has a long-lasting impact on the people who are going to be living in their homes that they are building. They need to be aware of the unintended consequences of their choices, of their specification, of their level of knowledge and understanding, and it's actually their responsibility. and it's a self-taught journey. There's no compulsory continuing professional development for builders. Architects have to get points. They have to continue, lawyers, doctors, accountants, they all have to keep their education levels up. They have to continually learn in order to keep their accreditation. The builders don't. So all of these the code changes every 3 years, and that information does not filter through very efficiently because there's no requirement for them once they get their trade or once they get their builder's license, there's no requirement for them to actually go ahead and learn anything else new. So the builders that I work with, I always give them a really good pat on the back to say well done, because it's self-taught and they're all very busy. Builders are very much under pressure, and for them to take time off of their building sites to come and listen to information about building sites is, I find it commendable. So that is the end of the slides for this presentation on building sites, and I hope that it was informative.
Thank you very much, Jess. Yes, very informative. Good to get a refresher as well of all of that, because obviously what we're seeing on site is the wrong thing a lot. So it's good to know about the options and let people know. Does anyone have any questions? I think people will have questions on this one.
That was terrific. Thank you, Jess. It was really good. I love the way your explanation, certainly for different microclimate zones and vapor membranes, and clarifying the update on the NCC is very helpful. I do have questions, but I'll leave it out to the others first if anyone has questions.
I do, Jess. Just I've been working on a lot of new builds lately, and seeing some really horrific things where, you know, the houses, a couple of houses now are going through court cases where it's, are we going to knock it down, or are we going to, you know, wipe every piece of timber down, which is ridiculous. I mean, so, but it seems to happen a lot, and these are only on the houses that we can see. So, for example, I did this house where occupants had moved in maybe 6 months in the house. A little bit of mold starts coming through the base of one of the walls, and then, you know, they do a bit of investigation. The entire west wall was pulled off by the time I got called in. Mold on every single piece of timber, on every piece of gyprock. So then we had to do further investigation of the east side of the house, the north and the south. We found mold on every single cavity. And of course, the owners want the house knocked down, but had to go there with the building inspector, a surveyor, a structural engineer. Multiple times we've been there and try and work out what's cost effective. I mean, and this is only because they saw a tiny bit of mold. You couldn't really smell anything. You couldn't do anything, and it's happening so often. And so what is the builder liable?
That is a really difficult question to answer. It depends. It depends on what's caused it. I have an example where I have a particular client who brand new house, and she was so focused on making sure this house was going to be healthy. She did her own swabs. She used the right membranes. She talked to her builder. She did everything she possibly could because she'd had bad experiences in the past. A plumber plumbed the pipe incorrectly inside their laundry, and there was literally water gushing into the wall, like a puddle this deep in the bottom of the wall cavity. And there was mold again, same situation. The whole laundry has to be ripped out. There was water seeping through under her kitchen cabinets. A whole disaster because of this one plumbing error. So in that instance, where there's a plumbing error, then I would say that there's a fairly heavy liability on the builder, because that should not have happened. If the issue was in the building code, there is now a clause for like there's the vapor permeable membrane stuff that I talked about. You have to use the right climate appropriate membrane. And if you don't use a membrane, you need to do what's called a hygrothermal simulation. So you have to put your wall construction into a computer system and simulate the mold risk over 10 years. And you get like a mold index, like, is this risky? Is it not risky? So if you don't do one of those things and you build a wall that's not compliant with either one of those things, and it goes moldy because of condensation, technically, the building code says you have to do these sorts of things to prevent condensation. So yes, the builder would be held liable in that instance. Mm-hmm. If they did everything right, if they built to the building code, if the plumbing was all right, if there was nothing they had legally done wrong, it's really difficult to hold anyone liable. So it really depends on what caused it. Was it a ground issue? Was it a moisture? Was the slab not properly sealed?
No, it was, in this case, it was the vapor barriers. It was all wrong. They had cladding, this weird kind of foam cladding from top to bottom. Windows were flush against on the east side, but then they had a different setup on the west side. I mean, it was just, it was the most unprofessional looking thing. I mean, the house looked beautiful, but once it was all pulled apart, it was extremely, it was just very, very poor building, bad choices. I don't think it understood that, because it was all condensation related.
I think they're getting away.
MRI.
They're getting away. Like from what I'm seeing, I've got a couple of cases going at the
No, I
moment.
walked in hoping. No, just
sorry, Jenny. Sorry. Sorry, Jenny. We're both talking at the same time. You go. Sorry, Jenny's not talking. Okay, sorry. Yes, where the builders are getting away with it fully if it's condensation coming from the inside. The only time that the builder has been liable is if we can find something coming from the outside in. So I believe, well, from the legal cases, well, it's at legal stages at the moment, but they tried to get they could not get them on condensation. It had to be coming from outside in.
If it's coming from outside, then that would be a rain ingress issue rather than a condensation issue, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So they're not condensate. They're getting away from what I'm seeing in everyday life. They're getting away with condensation issues if they're internal, like that, because it is coming from inside, and that's how they're getting away with it.
Yeah. So this is why all the membrane stuff and the condensation clauses were introduced into the building code, because this sort of thing was happening. So no one has been held liable yet for condensation, I believe, from coming from inside the building. But the clause is in the building code. It's in there. There is a mold index you have to meet, or you have to use a certain type of building membrane. If you don't do either of those things and you cause a condensation issue, then there's a liability issue. But there's no precedent yet.
Yes, and a lot of people don't have the money to fight it. So that's where.
So all it's going to take is someone with a bit of money to have an issue and to fight it and to get someone like held liable in court, and then there'll be a precedent, and then it opens up. But as of right now, I don't think anyone has been held liable for condensation. But I have had, in the past 12 months, I have had 2 phone calls, one from an engineer and one from a law firm, and they both wanted hygrothermal simulations for expert witness use in a court case. So somebody was being sued for moisture issues, and somebody wanted to prove whose fault it was. So these conversations are starting to happen, but it moves pretty slowly.
Oh, very slowly. And in the legal cases with the membranes, update from Queensland anyway is that everyone's washed their hands of membranes. So builder's not liable, so if there's a membrane issue.
Is it the designer who specified the wrong membrane? Is it the builder who picked up the wrong one? Is it the energy efficiency assessor who specified a foil because it helps the star rating? Is it the certifier? Whose fault is it? At the moment, it's really hard to pin down.
And I think on top of that, a lot of the WUFI systems you're recommending, which is to determine over a 10-year period what's going to happen in that wall assembly using, I think WUFI is the major software they're using, isn't it, for that?
Yeah.
Joe Listerbrick, who's probably one of the best building scientists in the world based in the US, his best mate developed that, and he said there's a lot of problems with it, that it's not as what's going on the computer and the reality of what they've actually been seeing is completely different. So to be relying on that software when it's actually not predictive all the time of problems. So we're in a lot of problems essentially, aren't we? So what you're saying is design it, think about those issues right at the beginning. It becomes really important, which is why those pro-climate products become important in someone with your skill set.
Yeah, I have used WUFI a fair bit, and I've stopped using it because there is so many variables inside the materials that we use that are in the library. There's so many variables with like what we simulate. Is that going to be happening on site? There's so many iterations that you can do, and nothing is it's not really verifiable. Like it's a computer simulation, and it's not necessarily reality.
Yeah, I just had a question in relation to the HRV. Not my understanding is not all in order to filter particulate, not all of them would have HEPA filters.
They don't.
They don't. Okay, so therefore their ability to filter particulate matter is going to be reduced. And if they did have a HEPA filter, they'd need a motor which could be noisy and would use a hell of a lot more energy to filter. Because I think there's this misunderstanding of HRV equals healthy air, and that's not necessarily true.
Not necessarily, no. No. So I know of a gentleman who's just finished his house. He's got an HRV, and he's got an additional. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's from Switzerland. It's like a Swiss-made additional filter that he's had put on his house, and that's got a HEPA filter in it. So but he's put it in his roof, and I don't think that I don't think acoustically that he's too much affected by it because he's put the whole unit in his roof. But yeah, the HRVs don't have HEPA filters on them.
Yeah. And the only other issue I'd have, I mean, what you described, passive house is clearly probably the best model we have for relatively healthier home, energy efficient, less condensation, is the build of obnoxious gases, which of course can only be addressed by opening windows and diluting the air or increasing the intake of fresh air, because you're not going to be able to reduce that otherwise. Like unflue gas heaters, which of course you wouldn't have in a new build, but gas appliances or carbon dioxide, like 2 kids in a small bedroom, you're going to have a huge amount of carbon dioxide that you're not going to exclude by just through a whole house system like that. So I guess I'm not really asking a question there, but to flush the air from time to time would be important part of the occupant education of that process, I think.
Yeah, occupant education is really important. Yeah, I don't actually know, in terms of people who've got HRVs, I don't actually know anyone who's monitoring their carbon dioxide in their bedrooms and to know if it's actually being kept down. So I should try and find that out.
Yeah, also, again, like with the installation, make sure the installation's right.
Yeah, and that's, again, like the same with air tightness. Like getting the insulation right is one of the cheapest, easiest things you can do to increase the performance of a house, and that is NCC required. Like you have to have insulation, so install it correctly rather than scrunched and bunched and big holes in it, and that makes a big difference.
Can I ask?
Awesome. Go. Sorry, Lisa.
Hi, Jess. Lisa here. Are there any passive house examples in Brisbane and further north?
Not really, no. There was a guy who tried to build one up in Cairns and he didn't get certified. There's a database on I think it's the Australian Passive House Association has got a database of where all the passive houses are. They're all very heavily concentrated: Melbourne, Tasmania, Perth, Adelaide, very much concentrated on the southern side of the country. I don't know of any in the northern half at the moment. It's someone should do that.
Do you know what the challenges were faced for the Cairns project?
I don't know. No, he kind of fell off the radar. He was posting on Facebook a lot and then just disappeared, I think, when he didn't get his certification or when he looked like he wasn't going to get it. But he was having a lot of issues with multi frames. He was building out of timber, and timber up in Cairns is actually not that common. They build out a lot of block work up there. Steel, because of the cyclones and because of the humidity. And he was building out of timber and he was having huge issues.
I guess the other issue, if you're going to completely rely on a HRV system in a humid climate zone, the HRVs aren't dehumidifying, so you're bringing humidified air into the built environment and then massively increasing this specific humidity. So they'd have to have an add-on or a dehum, and I understand the ERV has some form of dehumidification, so that's more appropriate for humid climates. Otherwise, they're bringing in humid air as part of that.
Yeah, so an ERV the way I believe an ERV works is it doesn't dehumidify. It's not a dehumidifier, but it rejects humidity from outdoor air. So it's bringing in outdoor air, but it rejects some of that humidity. So it's not a dehumidifier. The closest I've had to a Queensland project is I've got a certified project on my books at the moment in northern New South Wales, and that project requires dehumidification in it. That project has got too much of a humidity load and it requires dehumidification. So a certified passive house up in those areas, you won't get away with it without a dehumidifier. An ERV is not going to cut it.
All right. Excellent.
Sorry, Jess,
Okay.
I've just got one more question. I'm also working on a passive house here in Sydney. Originally, it was just going to be a luxury build, and then last minute, they've all decided to do a passive house. I think for a lot of credibility for the designers and what have you, everyone's excited. It's their first passive house. I don't think a lot of the team realize, well, for example, when we're talking about HRV, ERV, there's no talk of dehumidification unless I bring it up and everybody just sort of wonders what I'm talking about. I mean, it is very important, right, that we have dehumidification in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they're doing an actual, because there's a difference between certified passive house, passive solar, energy efficient, and sometimes the terminology gets really muddled up. So it's hard to know what they're actually doing. If they really do want a certified passive house with the plaque from the International Passive House Institute, then they've got to put the whole project through the PHPP, which is the Passive House Planning Package.
Yeah.
And that passive house planning package will tell them if they need dehumidification or not. And if it does need dehumidification, then they have to prove, they've got to show like receipts, what system they purchased, they've got to show it installed with photographs, and then that will go to the institute and it'll get ticked off. And their certifier, whoever that is, will make sure that all of that paperwork is up to scratch before it gets sent to the institute. So if no one's thought of it yet, they will at some point. It will have to be brought up.
Right.
But also, passive house is not really a bolt-on thing that you decide to do at the last minute. It has to be planned from the start.
Well, when I say last minute, it's been a year in the process now, but originally it was just, like a luxury build, and then somebody changed the owner's minds to build a passive, which is fine. It's just that, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting speaking to a lot of architects and project managers and realizing really how little they know about the impact of building materials and off-gassing and VOCs and health and air exchange and all that sort of thing. So that's what that's my role in the build, which is great. But it is fascinating because I always enter these projects feeling like, oh God, what am I going to have to offer? And then suddenly you realize we actually have a lot to offer, I think, on these type of projects.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Jess. Thanks for joining us. As you can see, huge topic of conversation for our industry, seeing the reality on the ground, seeing what's happening. And again, thank you for a great product and out there educating people about building science.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. And I think I can learn a lot from you guys as well. You guys have all got, I'm studying building biology, but I'm no way, as experienced and knowledgeable as everyone here. So I can learn from you guys too.
Yeah, we've always had a great relationship with you guys. So yeah, keep on going. Keep on having the option out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that wraps up our 2026 AGM. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a big one this year. Amazing speakers, such a great theme. And of course, having you all here, appreciate it so much. So thank you.
Thank you,
all right.
everyone. Thank you.
It'd be good to all go out now and have a refreshment, but we can't. So everyone enjoy their Saturday.
Thanks, Cal. Thank you for everything that you do for the association. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, everyone. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.